Auren POV. Over the next few days, I started feeling lazy. I didn't want to attend the meetings, and even Sienna was sleeping more inside me. A sluggish feeling settled over me. Sometimes I would sleep through the afternoon, only to wake up when Lucien returned home. He was begging to get worried. It felt like the curse had started to work. Toward the end of the 6th month, my belly had swelled and I looked positively pregnant. But something bizarre was also happening with me. I had started seeing spiders around me. Often, I would see 2 shadows with whips in their hands, Rhea and Hyra, Maris's minions. They would come to me and lift their whips to hit me. The moment I screamed, their shadows would disintegrate and everything would disappear. One such night, Lucien pulled me into his lap and rocked me until I fell asleep. He didn't leave me until morning, and only then was I able to take a good rest. "What is happening to me?" I asked him with my face buried in his chest. He stroked my hair and back. "Nothing," he said, but through our bond I could feel his anxiety, his desperation. "You'll be fine, love." Water splashed over my cheek. Surprised, when I looked up at him, I found him in tears. "Lucien," I said, wiping his tears. "Oh, Auren," he said in a hoarse voice and pulled me closer to him. "I love you so much. I don't want you to die. Tell me, what should I do to break this fucking curse?" Emotions choked my throat. "Nothing, just raise our pup," I murmured. "Goddess, I loved him so much and I wanted to live with him forever." "No," he shook his head, his heart clenching with misery. "I'll follow you wherever you go. I just can't think of living without you." Lucien, I couldn't tolerate his misery that was flowing in waves through our bond and started crying. "If you're going to be weak, imagine what would happen to me." That morning, both of us stayed curled into each other. The weight of the curse was finally settling on our shoulders. He helped me with the bath and said, "Do you want breakfast here, or would you like to go down with me?" I took a deep breath in. "Yes, I will come down." Staying inside the room was dreary. As soon as I was down, Belle came over. "Luna, I've made chamomile tea for you. I see that you're not feeling well these days. This will relax you." Her tea did relax me. I nodded and she placed the tea in front of me. Belle's tea therapy was working great with me. It calmed me a lot. I was losing my appetite and this was the only thing I liked. "Thanks, Belle. Your tea is great." She offered a small smile, lowered her head like a sweet omega, and went back to the kitchen. Vivi came out with trays of breakfast. "I've made special chicken salad for you, my Luna," she said as she placed it in front of me. "This contains sprouts, cucumber, spinach, yogurt, and mozzarella cheese. You'll love it." I could see that she was pushing me with a smile through her worries. I chuckled. "Thanks, Vivi." I had the tea first and then took a spoonful of salad. As I pushed the salad on my plate, I felt a strange sensation, like ants were crawling over my body. I looked at my arms and saw big red ants crawling up. I screamed. "Ants!" Lucien jumped up and came to me. I pointed at my arms. "There are ants here, Lucien." "Where?" he asked with a confused expression. I started scratching my arms as the ants bit me. "Here," I shouted. "Can't you see?" "There is nothing, Auren," he said, his face contorted with worry. All the omegas came out and stared at us. "What is wrong with you?" I shrieked. "There are ants on my body. Instead of helping me remove them, you are standing there watching it with fun." "Auren," he said, touching me. "There's nothing, baby." I recoiled in his touch. How could he be so stoic to my misery? And why could he see the ants? I scratched myself, drawing blood. "Remove these," I shouted as they bit me. I got up and ran upstairs with Lucien running after me. I dashed into the bathroom and dived into the tub, opening the faucet and the shower overhead over me as I continued to scratch myself. Lucien had to restrain my hands to stop me. He opened his mind link and called Dr. Elias. "I want you here right now," he barked. After about 20 minutes, the ants retreated. I sank in the shower with scratches on my neck and arms. Crying, I looked up at him. "They're gone." Lucien stared at me with helplessness from outside the tub. "There was none, love. What is happening to you?" I clung to his thighs and let out a sob. I don't know. Is our pup safe? I hope I haven't harmed our pup." "No, you haven't," he reassured me. Elias came immediately after. Lucien dried me with a towel and took me to bed. Elias asked me various questions as he applied cream to my arms and neck. "Since when did the hallucinations start?" I flopped on the pillow. "A month ago." "What?" Why didn't you tell me?" Lucien asked, both astonished and angered. I shook my head. It started with spiders raining on me, and now this. Earlier I thought it was all a part of the curse, but I'm tired of it, Lucien. Save me. I whimpered. He sat at the edge of the bed and held my hand. "You've been suffering for a month and you didn't bother to tell me about it." "I didn't want to add my worries to your life. You know this has to happen, right?" "Shut up," he seethed. "You are my priority, above everything else. If you're there, I'm there. When the fuck will you understand it?" "And what else do you feel?" Elias intervened. "I feel sluggish all the time, Dr. Elias," I said in a wary voice. "It's got nothing to do with your medical science. It's the curse." He sighed. "Is it okay if I do a blood test?" I nodded. "You may, but I'm fine." "You don't look fine to me, Luna Auren," he replied with a rough exhale. "Can you tell me what all you are eating?" As I told him the things I was eating, he drew my blood. "I'll send the results of the test by evening. Until then, I suggest that you only have fruits." I found his request odd, but I said, "Okay, but I insist that this is all about the curse. Your medical science can do nothing." Misery coated my soul, and I broke into a fresh bout of tears. I was dying in 3 months. Third POV. Patience was the key to what she was doing. Over the past 6 weeks, she had gained trust. Disguised under the perfect persona of Belle, the well-mannered Omega, every smile, every good morning in the halls, and her gothic appearance was like a coiled serpent who was biding its time. The moment had come to act. She was not only going to destroy Auren and her pup, she was going to destroy Lucien as well. And only if she wanted, she might spare Lucien. That too, if he showed her some loyalty after Auren's death. Over the past weeks, she had been slowly giving hallucinogens to Auren in her special tea. Auren used to feel calm, but when the hallucinogens worked, she would scream and act weird. It was enough for her to plant seeds of doubt in the minds of Omegas and guards that she was unwell, that the curse was taking its root, and that she was going to die in a few months. But Sable was curious to know about all the tattoos that had disappeared from Lucien's body. Though the Omega had said that he had got a patch-up job done, she wasn't convinced. Secretly, she checked his hospital records and didn't find any procedure related to the tattoos. That's how she wondered if the curse was lifting. Then she heard rumors that Auren was Alpha Lucien's mate. Fury blasted inside her chest. If that was the case, it was possible that the tattoos disappeared, for they were bound to the legacy of the Shadowfang Alphas. And if that was the case, surely Auren would survive the birthing of her pup. That complicated everything. Sable had to do something, and do it fast. As she stood before Vanity in the Omega quarters, she applied a dark concealer over the ridged edges of her mask. She had practiced it a lot because with one wrong stroke, someone might see the fine seam near her jawline. 2 days ago, she handed Vivi a fabricated letter in which she asked for a leave, citing a personal family emergency. Vivi had asked her if she needed help to go to her home, but she had declined it politely. She was granted 2 days off, and it was enough time for what she needed to do. A smirk appeared on her lips when she remembered how Auren acted like a moon-crazy woman, imagining ants on her body. It wasn't easy to mix hallucinogens in her tea, because Vivi would ask her to taste it before giving it to the Luna. So she would make it, taste it in front of Vivi, and then while on her way to give it to Auren, she would quickly add a drop of moonshade in her tea. It was risky, but it was worth it. It was evening. The sun had dipped low in the sky. She journeyed out under the disguise of visiting her ailing aunt in the Iron Fang Pack, but instead she slipped into the human town where she was going to meet Fred, her boyfriend. Fred was already waiting for her at the bus station. "Mirabelle," he said and picked her up. He kissed her tenderly and grinned. "I missed you, babe. Have you really left that job?" he asked as her put her down. She gave him a soft smile. "Yes, too many weirdos in that place. I told them I quit and walked." Fred laughed. Holding her hand, he brought it to his lips and kissed her knuckles. "Good, you deserve better, and you can stay with me forever." She cooed softly. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed a kiss to his cheeks. He sighed as he leaned into her. "I have a small request, though," she said, resting her head on his chest. He hugged her tightly, feeling emotional. "Anything for you, sweetie." "Don't tell Uncle Tom about it. He will be heartbroken. I mean, I didn't exactly give my employers a chance to find another cook. Fred cupped her cheeks and lifted her face to look at him. I won't, sweetie. You think so much about us. Then he pressed a kiss to her lips. I'm lucky to have found you. She giggled and slapped his chest. She let him take her out for dinner. As she sipped orange soda, she pretended to listen about his modeling assignments. Everything was perfect. All she had to do was go to the shop where she had ordered her stuff and then return in 2 days. That night, when she went to Fred's quarters, she saw Tom. Good evening, Uncle, she chirped. He looked pretty ill, walking slowly, shuffling toward the main hall with a walking stick in his hand. Mirabelle, his eyes gleamed. How are you? What a lovely surprise. She giggled. I'm well. How are you, Uncle Tom? She went and hugged him, but in her mind she was cursing him. If he talked to anyone at the Shadowfang pack that she was here, her web would start to unravel. Old man woes, he chuckled. She removed herself. Adjusting her scarf, she said with the sweetest smile she could muster. It's lovely to see you. His kind eyes crinkled. What are you doing here, Mirabelle? She looked at Fred with a forlorn expression. I missed him, so I came to meet him. Ah, that's sweet of you. Say, would you join us for tea? She said, her voice sugary. Of course, Tom said with enthusiasm. Give me a minute, she said and rushed toward the kitchen. She heard Fred and Tom talking eagerly in the main room. As she made tea, she took out a small green pouch secretly, looking over her shoulder to see if anyone was watching. She emptied the contents of the pouch, nightshade and monkshood, a slow-working poison, into Tom's tea. It would make it look like he had caught a severe infection after he drank it. In 1 day, he would be feverish, confused, and sweating. Then he would collapse in his bed, never waking again. She served them all tea and sat with Fred. The three of them talked about the Shadowfang pack and laughed and remembered stupid things. For the next 3 hours, nothing happened as Sable watched Tom keenly. Then she sighed. I'm tired, sweetheart. Fred kissed her on cheeks. You should sleep. He took her hand and they went to his bedroom. She heard Tom also retiring to his bedroom. As soon as they were in, Fred pinned her to bed and soon they were having sex. She allowed him to have sex with her because she was also feeling like she needed it. Fred would do for now. In the morning, when she woke up, she grunted, looking at her phone. What's wrong? Fred asked sleepily. The Shadowfang pack wants me back, she said, tossing her phone away. Fred got up. Don't go. I don't want to, but they are saying that according to my contract, I have to give them at least a month's notice before leaving. Fred gritted his teeth. Fuckers! She covered her face with her hands. If I don't go, they will slap me with a $500,000 penalty. God damn it, Fred rasped. She looked at him with a sad face. I have to go, like now. But you just came, baby, he complained. She hugged him tightly. I'll be back soon. She got out and walked to the bathroom. Give my apologies to Tom for not being able to meet him, okay? An hour later, she was standing in the witch's shop to buy rune explosives, third POV. By the time Sable returned to the Shadowfang pack that night, she had ensured 2 things. 1, Tom would be dead in the next 2 days, and so her secret would remain intact. 2, Fred wouldn't suspect a thing. He might call her and she would pick up the phone, but she had already thought about what she would tell him. She would convey her condolences to him, but she wouldn't inform Vivi or others at the pack about Tom's death. From the witch's shop in the black market, she had bought the potion that would keep her smell intact, and she bought rune explosives. She was going to plant then, and the next day she would prepare its anchor. A smile came to her lips as she felt that she was tightening the noose around them finally. The pieces were shifting according to her plan. She didn't waste time and moved like a ghost toward the training arena. It was dead in the night, and apart from crickets and an occasional howl of a patrolling wolf, the place was silent. When she reached the training arena, she made her way toward the main ring, her eyes scanning the place. She had studied the place all her life, but over the past 2 weeks, she had memorized the patrols in order to come here unhindered. She had located the weakest wall and the dry fountain beneath it. That fountain was alive once, but because Alpha Lucien had to expand the training arena because more pups joined in for training, he had to cover it up. There was a staircase that led down to the fountain. She went down, finding just enough room to crawl beneath and place the rune. She reached into the small pouch at her waist. From there, she pulled out the explosive rune she had bought from the witch. It was very expensive, and she had to dole out a lot of money for it. As she held the flat obsidian metal disc in her hand, she could feel its magic, the way it hummed softly. All she had to do was to recite the ancient incantation the witch had given her, and the destruction would follow. She wanted chaos, smoke, flames, which would be enough destruction to divert Tyrion as she focused on her main task, to kill Auren. She slid beneath the structure, sweat covering her forehead. The scent of damp moss and wood permeated the air. As soon as she reached the most vulnerable spot, she placed the metal plate on it. It hummed and stuck to the wall like it was a part of it. She whispered a spell that the witch had taught her and activated the seal. Tick, tick, tick. She murmured under her breath as her lips curled into a sinister smile. Just enough for you to come running here, Beta-Tarian, she chuckled. And who knows, you might die. She brushed her hands. After looking at it and smirking with satisfaction, she slithered out of that place. As soon as she came out, she stood up and scanned the place. There was no one. Satisfied, she made her way to her quarters. Her time was measured now. Calculated. She had to be somewhere when the explosion rocked Alpha's house. Her next stop was to lure Auren away into a place where she could kill her. The next day in the morning, Sable couldn't hide her excitement. Vivi asked, "What's up with you, Belle?" She hesitated. "Oh, nothing. I talked to my boyfriend. That's all." Vivi chuckled. "Hope he's fine." "He is," she replied. Just then she received Fred's call. She gave a tight-lipped smile to Vivi. "It's him. Can I take this phone outside?" "Sure," Vivi replied and went on to do other work. Sable ran out of the kitchen to the backyard. When she was in a secluded corner, sure that no one was listening to her, she picked up Fred's call. "Hey, sweetheart," she said. "I've joined the duty. They are going to find my replacement soon. And then I'll come to you." "Belle," Fred's voice was above a whisper. "Uncle Tom isn't well. I am calling from the hospital." What happened?" she asked with mocked worry. Fred sounded low. "I don't know. It began with some infection in his belly and then a fever. Now he is just in a coma. I don't know what is going on." "God," she rasped. "But he was absolutely fine when I was there." Fred sighed. "Yes, and that's what I am wondering. What could happen in a day's time?" "I'm so sorry to hear about him, Fred," she said while smiling. "Do you want me to come there? It was hard to act sad when you were so happy." No, he replied. "You are also in a lot of trouble. I'll handle it here." "Oh, sweetie," she said. "I'm so sorry, but sending you hugs from here. And stay strong. I'm sure he will be okay soon." "I hope so too," Fred replied. "It was finally my time to take care of him, and now this." She talked to him a little more, giving assurances, and then went back to the kitchen, her feet practically bouncing. The rune was set. The trap was laid. She gave a fluttering smile to the Omegas in the kitchen who were talking. Then she went on to prepare the chamomile tea for the Luna. "Your tea, Luna, Auren," she said with a smile as she gave it to her. Auren was sitting at the table alone. Lucien was nowhere to see. What could be better than this? Auren smiled at her weakly and said, "Thanks, Belle, but I won't be having tea. Vivi has brought me fruits. I'll have them." Sable's smile dropped. "Oh, why? If you don't like this tea, I'll make some other." Auren chuckled. "No, it's just that I don't feel like having tea, having acidity, want to eat something lighter." Sable stared at the fruits in front of her. If Auren didn't have the tea, she wouldn't hallucinate today. If she didn't do that, the Omegas and guards who were watching her closely would feel that everything is all right. No. She had to do something. "Should I bring more fruits for you?" she asked. At least that way she would add the drug to the fruits. "No," Auren replied. "I'm fine." Sable licked her lips, not knowing what to do because her plan got a setback. But calmly, she turned around and walked back into the kitchen. Soon her plan was going to roll out at a great speed. What would she do now? She clenched her jaw and decided to go for the next part of her plan. She waited for an hour. By that time, Auren had gone back to her bedroom, and the Omegas were as usual cleaning the house. Vivi had gone to her quarters to take a bath. Using the opportunity, she went to Auren's bedroom and knocked at the door. "Come in," Auren shouted. When she stepped in her room, she found Auren sitting on the bed, reading a book. Luna, she bowed to her. Auren tilted her head. Yes, Belle? My Luna, she said with a mocking sweetness. Sorry to bother you, but I really wanted to tell you something. Auren cocked an eyebrow. What? Third POV, she chuckled. It's nothing great, actually. It's just that I found a journal of rare wolf myths in the library a few days ago. It also contained information about some Bridebane's curse on Shadowfang Pack. Auren's eyes widened in shock. What? Sable gulped. It is not my place to tell you about the curse, but the entire pack knows about it. I thought I might help you if I could with whatever info I found. She started wringing her hands in front of her to appear innocent and flustered. If you don't want, I'll... No, I want to know about it, Auren said. Where is the journal? Sable smiled sweetly. The trap was laid, hook, line, and sinker. It's in row 12 of the library. I can take you there. Auren got up immediately, excitement showing on her face. Please do. They were on their way to the library, which was mostly empty. No one other than the cleaners visited it for dusting and keeping it clean. Sable opened the door for Auren. She led her to row 12. It's right there, she pointed. I'll guide you to it and then leave. Vivi is calling me for some work. Oh, it's fine, Auren replied. I'll find my way. You may go. Sable smiled and bowed to her before leaving. She walked out of the library and locked it from outside quietly so that Auren wouldn't hear the click. And now she waited for the chaos to begin. As she walked casually toward the kitchen, she recalled how the witch had helped her, not knowing her true intentions. Bless the black market. She had found her by chance when she was a stripper. The witch had given her potions that not only helped her alter her appearance slightly, it also helped her change her scent. But she didn't just depend on the potions. She used a prosthetic mask on her face. She had reduced her weight. No one could recognize her, even the mighty Alpha of the North. Her decoy was perfect. She rubbed her hands in excitement and recited the spell the witch had told her, just before she reached the kitchen. The first explosion boomed, rattling the windows and doors of the manor. Chaos ensued. People screamed and ran out to see what it was. She saw Beta-Tarians sprinting toward the training arena. Lucien was in his office, so it was going to take him some time to reach. She had exactly 10 minutes to kill Auren. Run, run, she shouted to the Omegas. The Omegas screamed and ran out of the manor. Even the guards ran out to check out what was going on. She chanted another spell. More explosions took place. The kitchen was empty now. Sable made her way to the knife stand and drew 2 butcher knives. Then she headed back to the library. She walked down the corridors soundlessly, watching everyone. She had concealed the twin butcher knives beneath her apron. Pure bedlam had descended on the manor. There were shrieks, hurried boots, and commands. Though she couldn't see the flames that were now engulfing the training arena, she could smell the smoke. Her heart pounded with anticipation. This was the moment she had waited for ever since her plans to pull down Auren at the High Council had gone awry. Ever since the High Council had released a red alert for her. At last, Auren was alone. She was trapped, unaware of the mayhem outside, exactly as planned. Sable chuckled as she thought that Auren must be reading the journal, completely oblivious of what was happening in the manor. She was going to take her by surprise, kill her smoothly. She knew that Auren's wolf had come out. She was huge and powerful, but fate was on her side. Auren wouldn't shift into her wolf because she was pregnant. Pregnant she-wolves never shifted because they protected their pups. Shifting would cause change in their body shape, which pups couldn't handle. As she walked through the corridor that led to the library, the heavy scent of smoke seeped in the air. She liked it because it was a smell of distraction, of opportunity. She reached the library doors, which were locked from outside. She looked to her right and left to scan if there was anyone. There was no one. She opened the lock softly and entered the library. Inside, the library remained as calm as she had left it. The chaos outside hadn't touched this part of the manor. Slowly, she took out her knives and patted her way toward where Auren was sitting. Auren wasn't where she had left her. The journal was lying on the table. She gritted her teeth, hating it. She snapped her eyes to the right to find her. She picked up her smell and padded toward a row beyond row 12. There, Auren was. standing at one of the back shelves, totally unaware of the storm brewing in the manor, and the one behind her. She was flipping through the pages of another book. Sable's smile twisted. Cautiously, she took out her knives. She crept forward, blade gleaming under the light, boots silent on the carpet, but her heart thundered in her chest with every step she took. It wasn't out of fear, though. It was her rage as she remembered how Lucien chose Auren, a pathetic omega, over her, of Tyrion hunting the witch in the forest, of Lucien throwing her family in dungeons, of her running like a criminal, of Tom, dead now, like a bug she squashed under her foot. When she was only a few feet, she raised the first knife and aimed it at her throat. She kept the second one aimed at her chest. But just as she took that final step, Auren turned. Their eyes met. Auren froze for a moment as air thickened between them. Her brows drew in confusion. "Belle?" Sable's jaw tightened. She didn't speak. Auren looked at her knives and narrowed her eyes. "Or should I call you Sable?" Sable's eyes widened. "How do you know?" Auren didn't give her a chance. She spun on her heel, bolting toward the inner row of shelves, knocking over a stack of books and old tomes as she went. She disappeared into the darkness at the end of the library. Sable hissed. "Stupid bitch!" She lunged forward, leaping over the toppled books. She shouted, "You think you were meant to be Luna?" She slashed her knives through the air. Lucien was mine. The pack was mine. She was a werewolf, and she could see through the darkness where Auren was. "Did you think you could hide from me, wench?" She stalked closer, a maniac laughter bubbling inside her chest. "See how beautifully I have trapped you?" Auren was plastered to the wall, her eyes wide, her heart pounding. "You deceived us," she rasped. "You deceived the High Council." "Fucking coward," Sable seethed and lunged at her. Just when she lunged at Auren, she moved and the wall behind her shifted. If you're reading this book, you can follow me on FB at Mishakrites or IG at author Mishaker. Auren POV. The wall behind me groaned as it slid open with a grind over the stone. A burst of cool air hit my back and dim light spilled from the hidden passage behind me. It illuminated the darkness I was in. A dangerous growl erupted and Lucien stepped out. The moment he was there, I couldn't help hurling myself in his arms. He wrapped his left arm around my waist and pulled me closer. My legs were shaking. I buried my face in his chest, clutching him as if I'd never let him go. When I looked over my shoulder at Sable, I saw that she had paled. Her mouth dropped wide open and her arms hung loosely around her with knives in them. "How did you get here?" she asked, bewildered, as she stared at the wall behind us. Lucien looked over my head as his eyes locked onto Sable. His fury was palpable through our bond. I could feel that he wanted to rip her apart. "Through the passage," he said. "A secret only the Alpha of the North knows. You really thought we would let you roam unchecked?" Without a warning, Sable lunged at us, her knives lifted high in the air. But before she could reach me, Lucien shoved me behind him and ducked. Using full force, he swung his fists at her ribs. On impact, Sable cried loudly as she flew in the air and crashed on the shelves behind her. Books and journals dropped over her. Next instant, she pushed past those books and emerged, shaking on her feet with madness in her eyes. "But how? How did you find out?" she asked, unable to believe that we had foiled her plans. Suddenly, the door burst open and Tyrion walked in. Before Sable had a chance to turn, he twisted her arm behind. She let out a shriek as she dropped her knives. Then Tyrion caught her throat and peeled off her prosthetic mask. "I knew it," he rasped. Sable snapped her head at me. "You fucking bitch. You think that you have won. No. I have made sure that there is mayhem in this entire pack." "Oh, we know," I said, straightening up. Dr. Elias insisted on my blood test. And guess what? The results showed a rare hallucinogen, which is banned in the market, but it is available in the black market. I continued as I took a step toward her. Lucien was beside me like my protector. We wondered how I was poisoned, and the only way was to add it to the food. The guards searched all the Omega quarters, and when we reached your room, my lips curled into a sneer. The same drug was found hidden in your dresser. After that, everything that has happened here, Belle, I spat her false name. You thought you were trapping me, but all this time we were laying the trap for you. You don't know me, Sable hissed. You don't know what I've done. You have only scratched the surface of my plan. It goes so deep that you can't even fathom. She smiled wickedly. Even if you kill me, this entire place, this house, the Omegas, the training arena, they'll die. I have planted rune explosives everywhere. You're all going to burn. I gave her a cold smile. We know what you've done, Sable, I said. Her eyes widened as she froze. Tyrion stepped back and crossed his arms across his chest. He could have snapped her neck any time, but I wanted to tell her that she took us for fools, but she was the biggest fool. We tracked your movement over the last 2 days, I said. We watched your every step. The explosives you are talking about, Walter disarmed the one near the training arena and planted them in the prison which holds your family instead. The explosion you heard came from the dungeons. Your family must have toasted by now. No, she rasped, trembling like a waif. No, no, she screamed, rage overtaking her. You'll pay for this. Without a warning, Sable shifted. In a few seconds, her wolf stood in front of me, lips peeled back in a vicious snarl. My throat turned dry. Sienna, I said, can I shift? No. Her panicky voice came. Our pup. Sable's wolf launched herself at me, but she never reached me. Beside me, Lucien exploded into Remus. His transformation was shockingly instant. One moment he was standing next to me, and the next, his black wolf stood before me as he intercepted her mid-air with a thunderous crash of bodies colliding. They both crashed down on the ground with jaws and claws snapping at each other. She tried to move past him to reach me, but Remus was sharp. He caught her movements. He struck her. One heavy swipe of his paw knocked her to the ground. When she tried to get up, he bit her on her shoulder, lifted her with his jaws locked in her flesh, and threw her across the room. She let out a yelp as she crashed on the wall. She got up and headed out, but this time she had to face Tyrion, who had also shifted into his wolf. Scared and trembling, she was now between the most fearsome wolves of America. Suddenly, she dashed at 90 degrees to them and came for me. But Remus was faster. He attacked her, his jaws clasping around her neck. I heard a squelch of flesh, and Sable was hanging limp in Remus's jaw with his fangs sunk into her. With a deafening snarl, Remus padded to me and laid dead Sable in my feet as if offering me in reverence. And then he tipped his head up and let out a thunderous roar. Everything and everyone went silent for a moment. With shaky hands, I stepped over Sable's wolf and reached my beautiful mate. I curled my hands around his neck, digging my nails in his fur as tears spilled from my eyes. His chest rumbled as he stood there with my face buried in his neck. Thank you, Remus, I said in a voice choked with emotions. This was all my plan. To trap Sable like this, even though he just wanted to kill her right on the spot. Thank you. It's over. And then I cried as the weight of what happened came crashing on me. Auren POV. The manor was in complete chaos. Smoke billowed from the cracked windows. The explosion was huge. The dungeon walls had fractured on the impact. Afraid that the rest of the prisoners would run away, the warriors scrambled to not only put out the last of the fires, but also make sure that the prisoners didn't escape. Tyrion barked orders sharply as he organized the cleanup. He was the best beta in the werewolves' world. The kind of precision he showed was excellent. It only came for a long-standing loyalty and experience. His face was marred with tension and something like hurt. I knew what it was. It was the loss of the woman who he got immensely attracted to. Sable's fake scent had stirred his wolf. He really liked her, but it was a painful realization that the woman he liked was an imposter and enemy number one of his Alpha and Luna. Inside the library lay Sable's lifeless wolf form. The guards had already come. Tyrion nodded at them. Get this place cleared. Burn her remains, he ordered grimly. She will not receive the honor of being burned in the Pack's territory. Take her outside. Lucien hadn't shifted back. Remus remained in his place, his golden eyes softening as they looked at me. I stood up, shock still cruising through me as I looked at Sable's body in the wall that had shifted. My breath was shallow and my hands trembled as I grabbed Remus's fur. Lucien, I whispered. Remus let out a quiet whine and lowered himself to the floor. My legs were giving out soon. I stepped forward and I climbed up slowly onto his broad back. I buried my face in the thick fur of his neck. He made a low sound, a soft rumble. My fingers curled into his coat. No words were needed at this moment. He got up and carried me through the halls of the manor towards our bedroom. He gently nudged open the door to our room. Inside, it was peaceful, untouched by the madness outside. Remus crouched low and I slid down into the bed. Remus climbed the bed in his wolf form. I tangled my hands in his fur and curled against his massive chest. He placed one paw on me and pulled me closer to him and leaned his head over mine gently. I really needed him, needed to feel that I was safe and secure, that no one could ever try to kill me. Sable had tried her best to make me look mad, and she planted seeds of doubt in other people's minds that I was hallucinating, which meant that I was nearing death, when in reality she was drugging me with hallucinogens. She was slow poisoning me. She wanted to kill our pup. What kind of twisted world did she live in? I don't know why, but a fresh bout of tears came. Remus licked me, whimpering as if in pain, as if asking me not to cry, as if saying that he's got me. Eventually, my tears slowed, and my eyes were heavy with sleep and exhaustion. I curled into him like I used to when he would come into my room unannounced, and drifted off to sleep. Lucien. I knew that Remus wanted to stay with her. He was overprotective of his mate. It was understandable. After Sable tried to kill her, he wanted to alive her and unalive her again and again until he was satisfied. The moment I came to know that it was Sable behind drugging my Luna, I wanted to kill her that moment. But it was Auren who asked me to wait and see what Sable's full plan was, so I asked Tarion to keep a check on Sable's movements. And to our horror, she had planted rune explosives near the training arena where pups trained. Had Tarion not seen those explosives, the morning would have been different. We would have had several pups dead. Auren's sharp mind not only averted a great danger, we eliminated Sable's entire family. The rune explosives were planted in the cell where her family was lodged. Sable thought that she could kill my Luna because she was innocent and a fool, but she didn't know how strong and sharp my Luna was. Auren and I were always communicating with each other via mind link. When Sable closed her in the library, Auren had told me about it through the mind link. I was there in the manor, but hidden to keep Sable in blind. Every one of us was ready to trap Sable. Sable thought that she had trapped Auren, when in reality it was Auren who had trapped her. Auren was still shaken from the incident. Remus was extremely worried, and so he didn't let me shift. He licked her when she cried, silently asking her not to. When her tears slowed and her breath evened out, she curled into him and went off to sleep. Remus stayed awake long after she had drifted off, holding her close as the moon rose higher in the sky, its silvery light filtering through the curtains. Morning came quietly. When she woke up, Remus had already given me my skin. She stirred in the sheets around her, blinking. I had still tucked her securely against my chest. My arms were wound tightly around her. I lowered my face and watched her intensely. "Are you ogling at me, Mr. Vaslov?" she mumbled groggily. My lips quirked up with a smile. "I'm checking to make sure that my pup is doing fine inside you." "You're the worst doctor," she whispered, her voice laced with affection. "And you're a terrible patient," I replied as I brushed my thumb over her lips. "Which is why you're not leaving this bed. Not today, at least." "Oh no," she said dramatically. "Am I your prisoner now?" "Yes, you are," I replied firmly, "but you're being held hostage with breakfast," and I nuzzled into her hair. "My naked body is also at your service." She slapped my chest and I burst out laughing. It was so good to see her bantering with me. "So what would you like to have for breakfast, Mrs. Vaslov? Eggs, toast, or me?" "Oh, my goddess," she rasped, blushing hard. "You're a pervert." "That is a claim I won't refute," I said proudly. "I'm a pervert for you." I tipped her head up and placed a kiss. "What will it be? Because I am ready to give you both." She narrowed her eyes, tipped her chip up in that stubborn way, and said, "Eggs and toast." I gritted my teeth. "Damn it. Okay, but I'll have to force a flavor of me." Lucien POV. She giggled as she blushed hard. I kissed my wife. I wanted her to forget all the horrible things she had experienced in her past. With Sable gone, our life was going to start afresh. I didn't want her to remember even one day of how terrible her life was, but I couldn't help thinking that being my mate and my Luna, there were unseen repercussions. Almost every she-wolf in our society wanted to be in her shoes. Not only that, every parent behind that she-wolf would go to extremes to eliminate her. Look what Rizv did to his daughter. I pushed myself up and said, "Stay here. I'm getting breakfast for you." You don't have to, she said with a beatific smile. I'll come downstairs to the dining hall. I shook my head. Did you forget that you're my prisoner for the day? She bit her lip. Then with a grin, she flopped on the bed. Okay, she said with mischief in her eyes. You know I eat a lot, like a lot, so you better buckle up and feed me. She chuckled. I winked. Absolutely, love. I will feed you well. She threw a pillow at me, blushing again. Get lost. I laughed as I caught the pillow and hopped off the bed. I wrapped a towel around me and went down to the kitchen. Almost everyone out there gasped. Vivi, I said. Where are the eggs? Auren is hungry. Vivi gulped. Alpha Lucien, you may return to your room. I'll prepare breakfast for Luna. No, I growled. I'll do it. Get me eggs. Vivi was so flabbergasted that she picked an egg from the fridge and gave it to me. After that, I ordered several other things and started making an omelet. It didn't come out as well as I thought it would, but it was the taste that mattered, not the looks. I took 2 pieces of bread, toasted them, sliced a few fruits, and arranged them all in a large tray. When I was satisfied that she would love it, I walked out of the kitchen with Omegas gasping at me. Or were they reacting to the mayhem behind me? What? Only a few pots and pans and eggshells were strewn. Fruit peels as well. Okay, some vegetables also. When I took it all upstairs, I proudly placed the tray on the side table. Auren stared at it, then back at me. This is a crime scene. I clenched my jaw as I slipped beside her. I fought a war for you. You will eat my toast. Auren burst out laughing and curled into me, shaking with it. In that case, you are the alpha of fluffy pancakes, she snorted. I sighed. I liked it better when you cried and clung to me. Well, too bad, she said as she tilted her head up and kissed my jaw. I'm healing. We spent the rest of the morning tangled in sheets as we ate breakfast like 2 people who hadn't come face to face with death just hours ago. It was all kisses between bites. We playfully teased each other. And we laughed because we survived the worst attack possible on us. If Auren was dead, I couldn't even think of a life with her. I would have followed her after death. By afternoon, we had taken a bath. Of course, together. And after that, Auren was itching to go somewhere. I really didn't want her to go because she needed rest. She was pregnant. I had gone down to take a report from Tyrion, and when I returned, I saw her lacing her boots. No, I growled as I leaned against the door frame with my arms crossed. My eyes dropped pointedly at her belly before flicking back on her face. You aren't going outside. She snapped her eyes at me. I'm pregnant, not cursed. That's debatable, I muttered under my breath as I strode forward. I kneeled right in front of her. Give me your foot. Lucien, she protested. I didn't wait and unlaced her boot with an irritated sigh. You are not going to walk out with swollen ankles and a tiny pup growing inside you. I started rubbing her arch with my thumb, leaving no room for compromise. You can stay inside. Read, paint, glare at me lovingly. You know, all safe things. I just couldn't help it. My instincts to protect my mate were at their highest. Remus was already prowling in my head, only wanting to be close to her. Her anger was palpable through the bond, but what could I do? I was scared that there were still people outside who might harm her. A shudder passed through my body. Remembering what Sable tried to do to her, she arched her eyebrow. You just want to keep me locked up. I looked at her and shrugged. Correct. She tilted her head. Oh, should I write poetry sitting at the ledge of my tower window and weep into lace handkerchiefs? I paused and then smirked. Only if you're barefoot and sign my name dramatically. Auren picked up a pillow and smacked me with it. I caught it and pulled her straight into my lap. My one hand was on her back and the other one rested protectively on her bump. You're glowing, love, I whispered, kissing her temple. Give yourself some rest, please. Lucien, I buried my face in the crook of her neck. You smell like home, like mine. She leaned into me, laughing softly. Okay, fine. I'll stay indoors. And tomorrow, I added helpfully, and possibly the day after. Don't push it, Wolf, she growled, and I zipped my lips. It was going to take a lot more than my brilliant banter to keep my mate in the house. Auren POV. Lucien wanted me to stay in the room because of what I had undergone. I was truly shocked, and every time I sat alone, I would remember all that Sable did to me. Every dot was connected except some. It seemed like even though she was dead, there was something lurking out there, and I was truly not out of danger. For example, What about the video that was sent to all of us in the High Council? Who sent it to us? Tyrion and his team tried to find it, investigate it, but they always came to a dead end. It was like the person who sent it was a ghost. Lucien had gone for another important meeting with his gammas. It was a sunny afternoon, and I sat alone in the bedroom. Too many thoughts made me dizzy, and tension set in. My stomach gurgled, and I rushed to the bathroom to puke. "Goddess," I rasped as I leaned over the counter, my legs shaky. Amongst all the chaos, I haven't had time to think about my pup's future, about my future, about our future. I waddled into the bedroom only to find Lucien rearranging the couch cushions like for some royal guest. He snapped his head toward me and his eyes widened. "Did you just puke?" He came to me and helped me to the bed. "What are you doing?" I asked, looking at the cushions. "I told you I'm fine." "I told you I'm nesting," he chuckled. "The Luna is with my pup, so this seating arrangement must reflect her status." My throat bubbled with laughter. "You're nesting?" He settled me on the bed. Looking utterly serious, he said, "I read it in a book." "You read a book on pregnancy?" "And I'm an expert now," he asked with a haughty sniff. I blinked at him. "And now you are suddenly an expert on pregnancy?" "Well, I read 2 books. Goddess, help me." Lucien sat down beside me and with a smile said, "I also bought you 10 different herbal drinks. I've rearranged your closet by color. I hope you are feeling supported. If not, I can build a throne for you." I collapsed into the cushions behind me, laughing so hard that I had to clutch my bump. "Please build me a throne." Lucien knelt in front of me. He slid his hands around my middle like it was a sacred offering. "Whatever you want, love," he whispered. "I'll do everything I can for you and for my pup." Then he leaned in and kissed my belly. He rested his head on my lap and I ran my fingers through his hair lightly. "Stop worrying so much, Lucien," I said. "I don't like it when you are tense." He didn't say anything and closed his eyes, feeling my fingers run through his hair. Together we were calm, settled, and felt anchored. Without each other, depression set it. This was how mates were? I sent a silent prayer to the moon goddess. "Goddess, thank you for giving me a second chance, mate." It had been 2 weeks since the incident. Dr. Elias was keeping a strict watch on me. We were sitting in his chamber at the hospital as he looked at the reports. "Everything is fine, Luna," he said with a gentle smile. "You have entered the 3rd trimester, and so you have to be precautious. This is a very delicate time for the mother and the pup." I took a ragged breath. "Yes," I murmured. He glanced at the reports again. "Your blood test is positive. There are no traces of hallucinogens left in your body. And frankly, I am surprised that they flushed out so soon. Your wolf is amazing. She really helped you. Honestly, you are in pink of your health." I smiled and nodded. Sienna was really the best wolf one could have. She had protected our pup from all the hallucinogens that Sable was giving. She would reel under the effect of the drug, but she never let it pass to our pup. "Is there anything else you'd like to add?" Lucien asked, his brows furrowed. Elias shook his head. "Nope, she is perfectly fine, and other than taking more rest, she shouldn't bother about anything." Then he rubbed his forehead with his fingers. "From the 7th month, you may feel movement in your belly. You know, the pups love to play soccer in your belly. Since this one is the heir of the Alpha of the North, I'm sure he would have a field day in your belly." At his words, I giggled while Lucien grinned, looking so smug and satisfied like he wasn't expecting less. That night, as Lucien and I lay curled together in our bed, the moonlight painted silver shadows across our room. His hand was splayed protectively over my belly. Our fingers were linked between the curve of my hip and his palm. "I think the pup kicked today," I murmured. He tensed. "Where? When? Why didn't you tell me?" "Because it was probably gas," I replied sleepily. He growled softly. "If our pup moves and I missed it, I will start keeping my hand on your belly 24/7. I smiled and pressed my forehead to his chest. "What about your pack's business?" He kissed me softly on my head. Then he curled his finger and thumb beneath my chin and lifted my face. "I already told you, love. You and my pup come first." I sighed and stared into his beautiful dark eyes before he pressed a kiss on my lips. Then he kissed me until all the fire and smoke of the past felt like something that never happened. Tomorrow we were going to think of other problems, because today we dreamed of tiny feet and moon-blessed futures. At the end of the 7th month, Lucien announced the onset of the harvest festival in the pack. We all had fallen back into our roles and duties. I followed our new event coordinator, Lila, through the main hall toward the garage. As soon as we sat in the car to head toward the venue, the guards also sat in theirs and followed us. This year, Lucien had asked me to oversee everything for the festival. As the day of my delivery was coming near, he was getting even more jittery. It was like he didn't want to leave my side at all, scared that I would disappear if he left me. Often he would simply curl in me and stay lying beside me for hours, his eyes closed, but without sleeping. Sometimes he would check his tattoo on his chest where some thorny vines still remained. When we reached the venue, I saw that the garden was transformed into a riot of colors. Garlands were strung between trees. There were barrels of apples and oranges stacked beside the crates of honey. There was a long wooden stage where the younger wolves would perform in the evening. It all looked magical. "What are your next instructions?" Lila asked in a sweet voice. She was a sweet she-wolf whose father was a gamma in our pack. She had short hair and her fashion sense was a walking contradiction. She wore oversized blue glasses with a neon green shirt and black pants. I walked to the honey crates. "We can put these in 2 places," I said. Wolves loved honey. It was a myth that only bear shifters loved it. Okay, the main reason was we had invited the bear shifters as well, along with their alpha Magnus Blackwood, Auren POV. I tried to pick up the crate, but suddenly from nowhere, Lucien came in 3 seconds. He let out a growl and took the crate from me. "I told you not to pick it up," I sighed. "Then please put it over there, Alpha Lucien," I teased. He carried the crate to the spot I pointed. He was just being so protective that I wanted to smack him. If I reached for something too high, he was there. If someone walked too close, he was by my side with a possessive hand at the small of my back. It was ridiculous, but I knew that he was being protective after Sable's betrayal. He was still unable to process it. He placed the crate and snarled, "If you pick up something or climb something again, I am gluing your feet to the ground." I rolled my eyes. "That's not how glue works." He leaned in and kissed my temple. "I'll make it work." I blushed. The preparations continued smoothly, and in the evening when I was getting ready for its inauguration, I heard from Tarian through the mind link that Alpha Magnus had arrived. As I hurried down the main hall, I couldn't help thinking how Lucien behaved in front of Alpha Magnus the last time. He was so rude, but then maybe there was a problem between them. As I sat in the car, I found Lila also coming in. She was looking gorgeous in her brown shimmery dress and stilettos. "May I come with you, Luna Auren?" she asked expectantly. "Yes, sure," I said. She smiled and slid beside me in the rear seat. Lucien had already gone to the venue to welcome Alpha Magnus. On our way to the venue, Lila spoke non-stop about the event and how excited she was about it. "This is the first event I've organized in this pack." I laughed softly. "It's going to be fine," but her nervousness was palpable. When we reached the venue, I saw how it shimmered with golden lights. Scent of roasted meat wafted in the air. I smoothed my pale blue gown, trying to look composed. My eyes searched for Lucien, but they fell on Alpha Magnus Blackwood. The massive, brown-haired bear was talking to a group of young she-wolves, with a voice so deep it rumbled like distant water. In his navy trousers and button-up brown shirt, he looked gorgeous. Just the last time I saw him. He was here with his pack members, about 6 of them, and they all looked ferociously gorgeous. "Auren," Lucien's voice came from behind. He came to stand directly in front of me, like very directly. "Yes, baby?" I said as I shifted to the left to get a better view of Magnus and his entourage. Lucien shifted left. I tried to step forward. Lucien, like my oversized shadow, moved as well. "Lucien," I whispered loudly, glancing up at him. "Why are you hovering?" "I am standing," he muttered with a tight jaw. "You're looming." "I'm not," he replied dryly. But why did it seem like he was trying to tell everyone, especially Magnus, that I belonged to him? "Are you trying to stake your claim on me in this party?" I asked, surprised at his reaction. "I'm making sure that our guests know who you belong to," he said shamelessly, his eyes fixed on Magnus. "Are you crazy?" I chided him. "Alpha Magnus hasn't declared a duel for my hand." a muscle in his jaw feathered. "If he does that, I'll kill him in an instant, but I don't like the way he is looking at you." Across the room, Magnus laughed. "So I told the wolf, if you're going to borrow my den, at least don't snore louder than the waterfall." The she-wolves swooned. Behind me, Lila giggled. I snapped my head back to find her standing at a distance, her cheeks going pink. Lucien narrowed his eyes. "That fucking bear shifter is laughing too much." "Well, unlike you, he likes making people comfortable," I replied. "He is making me uncomfortable," he growled. Magnus's gaze flicked across the room and landed directly on me. He glanced behind me and then winked. Lucien gasped. "The fucker winked at you," he hissed. "I'm gonna wring his neck." His muscles bulged in aggression. I could see his claws slipping out. Why the hell did I invite him as the chief guest? I swear to the goddess he will go back in a body bag. "No, he didn't wink at me," I replied. "He was looking at—" He cut me off in the middle. "He is trying to court my pregnant mate, and that too at a diplomatic dinner," Lucien snarled. "I gave his pack the money when he needed it most, and this is how he pays me back. He's either brave or very, very stupid." I let out a sigh. Even after he had marked me, claimed me, nodded in me, and put his pup inside me, Lucien was at the edge. "You're getting ridiculous, Alpha Lucien. Quit it." But he continued to glare at Magnus. Magnus made his way over. "Oh goddess, no, no, no." In an instant, Lucien wrapped an arm around my waist and pulled me closer. "Oh, Lucien, behave," I whispered through a smile. Magnus approached us with a charming grin on his lips. "Luna Auren," he greeted and bowed to me. Then he gave a respectful nod to Lucien. "Alpha Lucien." Lucien's grip tightened on me. "Magnus." Magnus's gaze came back to me. Again he glanced behind me and said, "You shine brighter every time I see you." Lucien growled. "Let me remind you, she is taken and is with a pup." "She is taken?" Magnus raised a brow in surprise. "Who is the pup's father?" Lucien kind of lost it. "What the fuck do you mean, Magnus? She is with my pup." Magnus's jaw dropped. His eyes flitted to me, and for a moment I saw pity in them. Then he coughed and kind of faltered. "Luna Auren," he said in a low, cautious voice. "Are you aware of it?" I blinked at him. "Yes, I am. Why? And you allowed him?" Magnus was petrified by now. I blushed. I didn't have much say in the matter. I blushed heavily. "Magnus," Lucien snapped. "She is my wife. How dare you ask such an outrageous question?" "How is it outrageous?" Magnus blurted. "What you have done is outrageous, Alpha Lucien." The conversation was turning weird by the second. Auren POV. "What do you mean?" Lucien practically snarled. Magnus whipped his head toward me and then back at him. "Alpha Lucien, you shouldn't have treated Luna Auren so horribly. She is pregnant with your pup, and with what you've done, I feel she deserves better. Had it been me." "What the fuck are you saying?" Lucien snarled. He was halfway to launching himself at Magnus. His nostrils flared and his eyes were glowing with wild fury. He rolled his sleeves up his muscular arms, and the tension in the air was so thick that I felt suffocated. Why was Magnus speaking like this? What had Lucien done? I just could understand what was going on as I looked at both of them like a ping-pong, with wide eyes and a mortified expression. I tugged at Lucien's sleeve, trying to calm him down, but he barely noticed. Magnus raised both hands, his voice rising in panic. "I meant no offense." "Are you trying to steal my Luna?" Lucien growled in a barely contained rage. "What?" It was Magnus's turn to widen his eyes in shock. "I would never dream of stealing your Luna." Lucien growled again. "You literally just asked who the father of her child is." Magnus blinked. "Yes, because I thought you had." He looked between us, totally baffled. "Wait a second." His gaze flicked past me, behind me where Leela stood. I followed his gaze and saw that Leela stood there, glued to her place, visibly mortified, and pink from the ears down. Lucien just growled at Magnus, his hand shooting to his throat. Magnus was petrified. "Wait," I shouted. "Auren, this bastard is trying to take you away from me." Lucien snarled in protest as he held Magnus's throat. Silence bracketed the room. I rolled my eyes, understand the whole situation. I so wanted to laugh seeing Magnus's face, but I stifled it and shook my head. "Alpha Magnus is not talking about me, you overgrown, oversized buffoon." I snapped and pulled Lucien's hand away from Magnus's throat. Magnus jerked his head back. "I was talking about you as well. Gods above. If only men had more common sense, the world would have been a better place to live." I sighed. Magnus isn't talking about me. He isn't flirting with me. I wouldn't dare to, Magnus interjected. I don't have a death wish, he said, glancing at Lucien. I pointed with my thumb over my shoulder, lowering my voice. I said, he is talking about Lila. A beat of silence followed. Lucien narrowed his eyes. Wait, what? I bit my lip, trying not to laugh. He was talking about Lila this whole time. He thought that you impregnated her as well as me. Magnus stared at me. Yes, that's what I thought. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead and a blush rose on his cheeks. Oh God, I thought he was saying that Lila is with his pup. Are you fucking insane? Lucien shouted. But you agreed to it when I was looking at Lila, Magnus said in his defense. How am I supposed to know that you were looking at Lila? Lucien said, his brows furrowed. Thankfully, his claws had retracted. Magnus blinked once, twice. Then he nodded slightly as he scratched his forehead. I guess there was a mistake in understanding. Yes, Lucien growled. For an alpha of bear shifters, you are bird brains. Magnus looked offended, but he didn't say anything. Sorry, he muttered, but it's not my mistake alone. It's your mistake as well. You just thought that I was flirting with your Luna. He looked at me and smiled. While I do believe Luna Auren is beautiful, I was never flirting with her. Lucien narrowed his eyes. Before I wring your neck, Magnus, go away from here. Take your Lila anywhere, but don't you come into my field of vision. Magnus clenched his jaw. He bowed to Lucien and quickly left. And then I burst into laughter. I laughed so hard that my eyes watered. You both are fools, I remarked. Honestly, I felt that they both were good friends because by now, if it had been any other alpha, Lucien would have already been fighting with him. Lucien looked at me, then at Lila and Magnus who were going out. His expression shifted from suspicion to reluctant realization, and then something like embarrassment flickered in his eyes. I'm going to kill someone, he muttered. Please don't kill Magnus, I laughed. Then I patted his chest sweetly. See? He wasn't trying to seduce me. Come on, the pack members are waiting for us to start the celebrations. Lucien and I walked to where we had to cut the ribbon for the festival's inauguration. The whole place erupted with cheers and music started as soon as we cut the red ribbon. And just like that, the festival started. Lucien and I walked hand in hand through the entire venue, watching children dashing between stalls, their cheeks painted like foxes and owls, giggling as they bobbed for apples or chased after floating candles in the air. All the elders sat in a tent around a massive bonfire, trading stories of past harvests and old pack legends. Elder Rhina looked at me and smiled, lifting her glass of wine. I nodded at her with a smile. Lucien hadn't left my side, his hand resting protectively on my lower back, his eyes flicking with sharpness every time someone stepped too close. Later in the evening, dance began under the full harvest moon. Around one bonfire, I watched Lila twirling around, with her hand caught by Magnus. Tyrion joined us as we stood watching them. Are they mates? I asked, confused. Tyrion chuckled. No, but they both scratched their itch when needed. When Magnus was here last time, he and Lila hit it off. Oh, I was surprised. I couldn't imagine a bear and a wolf being mates. Third POV. Beyond the circle of lights, a shadow stood, staring at Lucien and Auren, hidden among the trees. All the joy of the festival didn't reach him. His eyes, burning with jealousy and emotions, tracked every movement of Auren as she laughed with him. When Lucien leaned in to kiss her, resting his hand possessively on her belly, his jaws clenched. His nails bit into his palm and rage festered in his chest. He wasn't just watching, he was waiting for the right time. He turned and walked away toward the forest quietly. Soon, Auren, soon, he muttered. Third POV. The morning sun filtered through the window of his bedroom, but the lights did nothing to warm the frost between Bram and Maris. It had been 2 months of their marriage, and yet Bram couldn't think of anyone other than Auren. On their wedding night, Maris had insisted that he marked her in front of every pack member to show that this marriage was solid. He marked her, but ever since, he just couldn't bring himself to claim her. Maris was happy in her own bubble. At least she was marked, and now she was the Luna of the Crimson Howl pack. Her father was off her back, and her reputation was better in her pack. It took her several days to settle into the role of being a Luna. She loved ordering Omegas, punishing them when needed, and also asserting her superior position on everyone. Bram was least bothered about it because he was busy with pack business. With Auren's wedding to Lucien, their treaty was in place. So the pack was protected. Life couldn't be better. All she needed was an heir. And to keep her secret, a secret. She sat on the edge of the bed, brushing her glossy red hair that she had dyed recently. She hummed softly to herself as she brushed them, while Bram stood by the window with his arms crossed across his chest and his jaw clenched. She lifted her gaze to him and said, "You should smile more. Your alpha position is secure, and you have everything you wanted." He didn't respond. His gaze remained fixed on the treetops that swayed beyond his house. He wanted to tell her that everything he wanted had slipped through his fingers the day Auren accepted his rejection and then marked Lucien. He wanted to tell her that she smelled like a dead rat and that every time he was near her, he wanted to vomit. But how could he say all that? Considering his situation, he was in a fix. He was still the alpha of his pack because he was married to her, because she was the daughter of the alpha of the Iron Pine pack, and because she could give him powerful heirs. The problem was that he was not ready to claim her. Every time he thought of sex, all he could think of was Auren, her beautiful gray eyes and those lustrous golden hair. Maris rose from the bed and walked to him, the silky hem of her robe brushing the floor. She went and stood behind him. She trailed her red painted nail along his bare arm. "You haven't claimed me since you've marked me, Bram. People talk. They wonder if our bond is real." His muscles tensed beneath her touch. "I don't care what people wonder," he replied, anger lacing his voice, though inside he knew that his pack members were looking for his heir. "But I do," she snapped, dropping her sweet voice. "I didn't fight to become Luna just to be ignored by you." "You didn't fight," he snapped. "You schemed. Because of you, I rejected my true mate." Maris's eyes darkened. "So what? Sable schemed too, and look where she is now, killed." That earned her a hard glare from him. "Don't compare yourself with Sable. She was better than you in many ways." Jealousy stabbed in her heart, but she ignored it. She smiled slyly, stepping in front of him. "I'm smarter than Sable. I know when to push and how much to push. I know how to use that opportunity for the best. And what about you?" "What about me?" he asked, his brows furrowed. She kissed him, slowly on his jaw, then on his cheek. Bram didn't kiss her back because of her horrible smell. "You used to love me. We used to have sex every day when Auren was here, and then some after she left. But now, after the wedding, you aren't interested. What has gone wrong, baby?" He closed his eyes and tipped his head up. All he could think was Auren. He had sneaked in the territory of the Shadowfang pack 2 months ago during the Harvest Moon Festival. He had taken great precaution to keep his scent away. Even though he did it at the risk of being killed if Lucien or Tarion saw him, he still went there. All he wanted to do was see Auren, and she looked beautiful. The way her hair shone, the way her skin gleamed, she looked so beautiful that his breath hitched. But then Lucien placed his hand on her baby bump. Jealousy like nothing reared its head inside him. He wanted to kill Lucien, wanted to pluck that pup away from them, and take his Auren back. That should have been his pup in her. "Give me an heir, Bram. Make me proud." Bram imagined that to be Auren. He rasped, "I knew you would be so good." Maris clenched her jaw and felt like slapping him, but she knew that if she did that, he would never come back to her. He missed Auren, but that wasn't her concern at all. All she wanted was his heir. Things would become normal again. As they lay together in silence after that, Bram stared at the ceiling with Maris curled into him. There was no fire, no spark, just emptiness. He went for his training duties as Maris handled his house. Later that day, when they were having dinner, a warrior came in. He bowed and said, "Alpha, a message has come from Shadowfang Pack." Bram's heartbeat increased. Was Auren coming to visit them? "What is it?" he asked. The warrior hesitated before speaking as he glanced at Maris. "Luna Auren has gone into labor." Maris stiffened as Bram clutched the edge of his table, his vision turning red. She was having his pup. Before he could control himself, he got and with one hand threw everything on the table on the floor. Maris screamed as she ran to the side. Bram strode to the warrior and grabbed him by his throat. "You fucking bastard!" The warrior started sputtering. "Alpha, Bram was so furious that he hurled him away from him. He stabbed his fingers in his hair. Auren was giving birth to Lucien's pup. The ache in his chest twisted deeper. He started pacing the room as the storm inside him raged. As for Maris, she ran away from there to her bedroom and began to plan. Lucien POV. I hadn't slept in days. The tick of time felt louder than usual. Each second was like another drop of dread in the pit of my stomach. Auren's scent surrounded me. It was calming and maddening all at once. I looked at her, sitting at the edge of the bed. She was glowing. She was so radiant, round, and impossibly beautiful that every time I saw her, my heart went out for her. She was just a few days away from delivering our pup. But me, I was a wreck. I had asked Remus to contain my emotions so that our mate wasn't affected, and my wolf did a fantastic job at it. How could I tell Auren the full extent of my fear? I just couldn't. Not when she smiled at me with so much trust. Not when she didn't once think of the curse looming over us as she hummed while folding baby clothes that we had bought together, or when she pressed my hand to her belly to feel our pup kick. How could I dim the glow in her eyes? Sometimes I would just spoon her from behind as she slept and watched her for the whole night, praying to the goddess that please don't let these be my last days with her. I wanted to spend my entire life with her, get old with her, and tell stories to our children and grandchildren. Please, goddess, please. I've never begged you, but I'm begging now. Tears would swell in my eyes, and I cried many nights. Every night I would put my hand on her belly when she was fast asleep, whispering into her skin, "It'll be fine, you'll be safe, I'll keep you safe. Please, Moon, don't take her from me." Inside me, the curse coiled like a serpent. I'd broken so many pieces of it, but was it enough? It had broken so many pieces of me, and it didn't seem enough. The curse had stolen every she-wolf who carried the heir of the Shadowfang pack. Would it take her too? I had seen tattoos on my father's body when I was a pup. He had those exactly like mine. The one on our chest of that of a wolf was what we were born with. But the thorny vine tattoos appeared slowly on our body as we grew older. By the time we were 18, they fully covered our body. When my father died, he still had those tattoos, and I knew that when I would die, I would have them on my body. But after they disappeared partially, hope built in my chest. Sometimes I would try to scratch away or wash away the remaining ones, hoping against hope that they were just useless ink. But they fucking remained. Food lost all meaning. I didn't feel like eating at all. Tyrion had commented that I looked like a ghost. I didn't care. I couldn't leave her side. I wouldn't. When she forced me to eat, I would eat just to appease her. I sat at the edge of our bed, elbows on my knees, staring at the floor like it held answers I couldn't find in the stars, while she hummed. Suddenly she gasped. Her body stiffened. I snapped my gaze at her, heart slamming against my ribs. "Lucien," she said. "It's happening." Panic surged like wildfire. I tried my best to stay calm, but my voice cracked when I called for help. I opened my mind link. "Get the car ready. Auren is in labor." My hands trembled as I wrapped my arms around her and lifted her. "I've got you," I said, holding her close. "I've got you. I've got you." Her fingers clutched the front of my shirt as I carried her out of the manor, down to the porch where the car was. Tyrion met us halfway, wide-eyed and pale. Vivi was rushing beside us with a basket that she always kept ready. "Get the car, now!" I barked. As soon as the car was there, I laid Auren down as gently as I could in the back seat and crawled beside her. "Lucien!" she cried, her breath coming in short bursts. Remus howled inside me, frantic as hell. The big bad wolf who would kill so many at the drop of a hat was whimpering inside me like a pained kitty. I held her hand, not letting it go for a second. "Everything's going to be okay, love," I said over and over. I didn't know if I was telling her or to myself. Tyrion drove the car, not allowing any other driver to drive it. The ride to the hospital felt like forever. The moment we arrived, the doctors came rushing. They tried to separate me from her for delivery, but I growled at them. "I'm not leaving her," I barked in a razor-sharp voice, making other wince. "She'll be okay, Alpha Lucien," Tyrion said, trying his best to steady me. But he didn't know. No one knew. Not the way I knew. The curse hadn't whispered anything in months. And now at this time, I feared it the most. "Please, Moon Goddess, let me keep her. I'll do anything for you." As I carried her to the labor room, I saw that Elias was already waiting over there for us. I made her lie on the bed. Her contractions were coming faster now. It seemed like our pup really wanted to come out fast. Elias examined her belly and said, "It should take at least an hour for the head to form." "Okay," I murmured as I looked at him helplessly. "Would you like to have coffee?" he asked. I scowled at him. How could he think of having coffee when my Luna was in so much pain? He winced and backed off. Tarion came to me. "Alpha Lucien, please come out with me." I knew why he was asking me to come out. I would have torn the place down because I couldn't bear seeing Auren in pain. But when we were out of the room, I placed my hands on his shoulder and said, "I trust you with life, Tarion. When we both are dead, take care of my pup." Tarion's eyes widened in shock. Lucien POV. Tarion looked at me in shock. "What are you saying, Alpha Lucien?" he said, clearly getting angry by the minute. I swallowed. This curse. I couldn't speak through my choked throat, so I swallowed again. This curse. If it claims Auren, I don't think I'll be able to live without her. "Shut up," he growled, his fists tightening. "You can't say words like these. No one is going anywhere. Your curse has mostly gone, and I believe that everything will be fine." I shook my head. "It is still looming on us, Tarion, so listen to me carefully because I won't repeat it. If the curse takes Auren away from me, I swear to the goddess, I'll follow her. I won't let her pass the fate alone. I know I sound selfish, but we are mates. I can't." Tears welled in my eyes. "I can't leave her alone. She is my everything." "Alpha Lucien." Tarion placed his hands on my arms. "Tarion, I know you are a powerful beta. You can protect my pup and see to it they get their rightful place. I have too many enemies lurking in the shadows. All of them want to usurp my position. You have to protect my pup. Promise me you will." "Alpha Lucien, promise me." I clasped his shoulders tightly. After a while of hesitation, he nodded. "I promise," he said in a hoarse voice. Only then did I release my breath. "Thank you. I'll be right back," Tarion said and quickly left. I noticed how he wiped a tear from his cheek. "Sorry, my friend, but my mate needed me more than this world." While Auren was in tremendous pain, I paced the hallway like a caged beast. My jaw was clenched so tightly that I thought my fangs would crack. Auren's cries from the labor room twisted through my chest like a hot blade. My wolf howled beneath my skin. He wanted to tear down the doors, wanted to take away her pain in some way, to do something. But I could do nothing. An hour went by. Vivi and other Omegas were standing at the side, waiting silently. Tarion said through MindLink that many of my pack members had started pouring in the hospital premises. I took a deep breath in as my palms went cold. My heart raced so hard that it was a wonder it hadn't leapt out. Every second felt like a countdown, not just to the birth of my pup, but to the moment when the curse would finally strike. Would it take her away from me now? Or would it wait for a few more days? Please, Moon Goddess, at least let her nurse my pup. After everything she had gone through, after surviving betrayal and blades and broken bonds, please don't take her. I clasped my hands in front of me and whispered, "I'll come to meet you, Shadow Wolves, but let her survive." Finally, when I couldn't bear more, I went to stand in front of her door. Elias was sitting in front of her. Her legs were wide open. "The head is about to form." He shouted at the nurses, "Get me scissors! Lucien!" Auren cried loudly, "Where are you?" I just couldn't hold myself and bolted in. She was sweaty, pale. Her lips were trembling as she clutched the sheets as another contraction rolled through her. As soon as her gaze landed on me, her lips parted in a shaky smile. "You're here," she breathed. I clutched her hand and said, "I never left, love. I'll never leave. God's Auren." How could she not think of the curse? She was so boldly facing it just to give birth to my pup. Why the fuck did I put her through so much trouble? I hated myself. I hated the elders, and most of all, I hated my bloodline. She reached up to me with shaky fingers. "Why are you crying? Aren't you happy that we will become parents?" I didn't realize that I was crying. I brought her hand to my face. "I'm scared, Auren," I confessed. "I'm scared I'll lose you." Through her pain, she gave a soft, tired laugh. "Lucien, we've walked through hell. Please don't let fear steal this moment from us." I kissed her hand. "I don't know how to be without you, love. And you never will be," she whispered. Our pup, a scream ripped from her throat. "Ah! It's time!" Dr. Elias rasped as he focused on her. I stood beside her, gripping her hand, letting her crush my fingers. I whispered everything I could to encourage her to sail through this pain. You're so strong, how brave, I love you so much. Until a tiny cry filled the room. I froze as Auren gasped. Elias lifted a red-faced, squirming little bundle into the air. It's a boy. For a long moment, as I watched my heir, my pup, I couldn't move. My throat was choked with so many emotions that nothing came to my mind. I heard Auren sobbing, laughing, and exhausted. However, just as she thought it was over, another scream tore through her throat. Ah! Elias handed the pup to the nurse and focused on her again. Gods above, there's one more pup inside. I gasped as I watched Auren screaming. All at once, 2 minutes later, I heard another tiny cry. Elias held the pup and lifted into the air. It's a girl! Oh, my goddess! Many congratulations, Alpha Lucien, Elias said with a grin. I had twins. With my eyes wide, I stared at my daughter, whose cry had turned fierce now. Fuck me, I rasped. Auren let out a raspy laughter. With my heart racing, I leaned over my wife and pressed a kiss to her forehead. You did it, my love. You brought our pups into the world. We did it, she whispered. By this time, the nurse had brought my son to me. I stared at him, watching his tiny feet and hands in wonder. Remus was wagging his tail. Our pups! After a few minutes, the nurse handed me my baby girl. As I cradled her in my left arm, I noticed how small, perfect pink cheeks were my beautiful pups. Both had stormy gray eyes. While my daughter had Auren's hair, my son had my hair, perfect blend of their parents. I looked at Auren, feeling ecstatic, and forgot everything about the curse. Auren POV. The pups were born past midnight. I was shifted to a private cabin 2 hours later after they had stitched me and cleaned me up. The pups were still in the nursery at the hospital because Elias was taking extra precaution. I was so exhausted that I closed my eyes thinking I would just rest a little, but when I woke up it was already morning and I found myself in Lucien's arms. The morning sun spilled gently through the hospital room window. Its golden rays glanced over Lucien's forehead. I turned my face and kissed him. He stirred awake immediately. Auren, he murmured and kissed me back. His lips curled up. We are parents now. I chuckled warmly. Yes. Just then a nurse came in with both our pups. Goddess, I had never been this happy in my life. She gave me one pup while Lucien took the other one. They need to be fed now, Luna, she said with a smile, and then with a bow she left. I nestled my son against my chest and offered him my nipple. He just didn't know what to do, but eventually he grabbed it and started suckling. I looked over at my husband, who had our daughter, who was curled in a swaddle in his lap, her tiny fingers wrapped tightly around his pinky finger. They're perfect, he said, his voice rough with emotions as he stroked her hair gently. You've made me a father of 2 pups, Auren. I can't think of a better day in my life. What? I said dramatically. I thought your best day was when you married me. He looked like he was caught in between me and my pups. He scratched the back of his head and said, That was the best day, but this is better than that. So, I smacked him on his chest and he laughed. But they are just what I had imagined them to be, he added proudly. They really are perfect, I breathed, looking at them. Thank you, Moon Goddess, for giving us such beautiful pups. And now I could die peacefully. Tears welled in my eyes, but I didn't let them come out because I knew what Lucien was feeling all these days. He was depressed, and if I also started talking about the curse, it would have added to his misery. After our pups were born, he was so happy. How could I take away his happiness? We need names, Lucien said softly, kissing my temple. And I want you to choose. I blinked up at him in surprise. But, he interrupted, shaking his head, you carried them for 9 months. You brought them into this world. I'll protect them with life, Auren, but their names, that is your honor. My gaze drifted to my son first. Bradley, I whispered. My father's name was Bradley. He was the one who raised me until he died. Bradley, Lucien echoed. Then he exhaled as he looked at the ring I had given him during the wedding. It belonged to me. I turned my gaze toward our daughter. Lucien followed it as he brushed his thumb over her soft cheek. And what about her? I smiled. Tamara, after your mother. Lucien swallowed hard. She died soon after giving him birth. I'm sure she would have loved that. We remained like that for a while, admiring our pups as the weight of their names settled around us like magic, like chains. Brad had his fill and was now fast asleep. Some of the milk trickled down his lips. I brushed it with a soft towel and gave him to Lucien as I took my daughter. I didn't know how, but we both acted on our instincts like we were prepared to be in this role. Lucien helped Bradley burp before settling him in his lap. As Bradley slept, his father couldn't help brushing his soft hair. "My heir?" he murmured. Tamara also had some difficulty in wondering how to suck, but she also eventually found my nipple and started sucking immediately. I chuckled how ferociously my pups suckled, and I was even more surprised by how much hungrier I was. Like it was twice more than what I used to feel when I was pregnant with them. The nurse brought 2 cradles for both of them and settled them, covering them with blankets. "The doctor says that you can leave tomorrow morning," she informed me. For the rest of the day, council members and other important members of the pack came to meet us, but Lucien didn't allow anyone to come in and meet us. However, he met them outside the room. By evening, Lucien stepped out of the room, into the balcony with a pup in each arm, Bradley cradled against his chest, Tamara tucked snugly in the crook of his elbow. I rested inside as I watched him with a hand on my heart. Once again, tears welled in my eyes, and this time I let them flow out. Lucien looked at the pack members who were all standing in the garden of the hospital just below our balcony. "Heirs of the Shadowfang pack," he said, his voice booming with pride. Cheers erupted from the crowd below. Warriors roared, Omegas clapped and sobbed, the elders bowed deeply, and the children danced. "Our Alpha and Luna have brought new life to Shadowfang," Elder Rhina called. Lucien lifted both babies gently for all to see. "Bradley and Tamara," he announced, pride blazing in his eyes. "Children of the moon, our future." And the pack rejoiced. The rest of the night was a blur of music, laughter, and reverence. Tyrion was so proud and happy for his alpha that he was also rejoicing with the pack members. "I'm going to spoil them as hell," I laughed as he brushed the cheeks of both my pups, "and I am going to protect them with life." He looked at Lucien after he said those words, and Lucien swallowed. Through the bond, I felt his depression all over again. He came to me and wiped my tears. "Don't cry, love. Everything is going to be fine." There was no hope in his voice, but only love. Like he was never going to leave me. The next evening, after Elias had declared that I was doing fine, we returned to the manor. Vivi and all other Omegas were so excited that there was a huge confusion. All of them were prancing around us to take a look at the pups. I hadn't seen so much positivity in my life. It was infectious. I couldn't help laughing as I watched them cooing the babies. Lucien took both of them to the bedroom, where 2 cradles were already in place. "I thought you had made a nursery for them," I teased. "Hush," he said, scowling at me playfully. "I won't leave my pups even for a minute." He made them lie in the cradles and covered them with fluffy blankets. Then he came to me and made me lie as well, tucking me in our hand. "Rest, love," he said. "You won't lift a finger." "I mean it," I smiled. "Yes, Alpha." That night, as we settled with the babies, Vivi came to us. "Alpha Lucien," she said in a quivering voice, "the shaman is here to meet you." Lucien POV. I clenched my jaw because I didn't want to meet him at the moment. What was the urgency? Could he not wait for a day or 2? "Go and meet him," Auren said, noticing my hesitation. Irritation lacing my thoughts, I hurried downstairs to see him. The shaman was wearing dark robes like he had come straight from a sacred worshipping ritual. I folded my arms tightly across my chest as I looked at him warily. My pups were only a day old, and I didn't like visitors. At least for a week. "What is it?" I said sharply. He raised an eyebrow, caution etching on his weathered face. "Alpha Lucien, I have come to talk about the curse. I feel that it still clings by its final thread to you. I strongly believe that the shadow wolves of the Eldermere hold their last say in it." Tension bunched in my shoulders. What else did the shadows wanted? They were about to take away my wife, my mate. "What do you mean?" I asked. He let out a rough exhale. "The shadow wolves must see the heirs. Only then will the curse be fully broken." A growl rumbled deep in my chest. "You want me to take my pups, my newborn pups, to a fucking graveyard which is haunted by monsters? Where I was almost dead, lying in a pool of blood? Where my mate was lying unconscious? Now you want me to take my pups there to sacrifice them at that altar? You must be out of your mind." Remus growled in my head. He was so angry that he wanted to break free and go on a rampage. The shaman held his ground. I don't think that the shadow wolves will harm the pups, he insisted. It is possible that by seeing your heirs, they will free the Shadowfang pack from the bride band's curse. No. My voice boomed in the manner. I won't risk the lives of my pups for a maybe. The shaman bowed his head with sorrow in his eyes. Then the curse may never break. I stood still with my jaw clenched as fear rooted deeper than any logic, but I wasn't going to risk the lives of my pups over my dead body. The shaman left and I went back to my wife and children. The moment I saw them, every last bit of fear and anger disappeared. What was it? Auren asked, looking worried. I closed the gap between us and held her closely against my chest. It's nothing, I murmured, burying my face in the crook of her neck. Please, goddess, keep her with me. I know you're listening to me. My mother had died within a month of giving me birth. I remember Father talking about how the curse took its toll on her. Every day she sank deeper into depression. Her health just went downhill. So I had braced myself for the worst. If Auren died, I would go with her, willingly. Every hour after the birth of our pups, I watched her like a hawk, waiting for her color to fade, her scent to sour, her warmth to dim. As days passed, I started preparing a will, making sure that none of my wealth went into the wrong hands. I refused to leave her side, barely sleeping, barely breathing. When she needed rest, I was there to take care of the pups. I wanted to live this short time with them to the fullest. When she slept, I loved it. When my pups cried or giggled, I cherished it. This was all I needed. Ever. But as the days passed, none of my apprehensions materialized. Instead, Auren nursed back to health. The dark circles under her eyes softened. Her cheeks regained their color. She felt better. Often, I saw her cooing to the pups and then laughing at them, playing with them. It overwhelmed my heart. She looked at me with so much light and happiness in her eyes that it made my heart ache. There was not a sliver of sickness in her. There was no pain, nothing that I could feel through the bond. In contrast, my bond pulsed with life. I tried to find a whisper of death or a fading link. There was nothing of the sort. A fortnight later, she was sitting by hearth at night. Both the pups were cradled by her. I looked at them with so much tenderness that it ached. When our eyes met, she said, "You're staring again." I walked over slowly to her and dropped on my knees beside her. I watched our pups, and then when my eyes traveled to her face, I said, "You are glowing, love." She chuckled. "I feel amazing, hungry all the time, though." I brushed her golden hair back. "You are feeding 2 werewolf babies. You are allowed to eat the whole kitchen." She laughed. Tamara was already full. I took Tamara, burped her, and made her sleep in the cradle. By the time I returned, I saw that Brad was also asleep. I took him from her and settled him in the cradle. Sometimes, I wondered how a big bad wolf like me had become so domesticated. Auren had changed me completely, and I loved the feeling. I returned to her and she still hadn't closed the buttons of her nursing gown. I rested my head on her lap, and she brushed my cheeks softly. I couldn't help but ponder as to why wasn't the curse acting fast on Auren. It felt like she wasn't affected by it. Was the curse meant for me then? Because some of my thorny vine tattoos still remained. Ridiculous. Auren POV. Lucien had deferred the party that he was supposed to give to the pack. He didn't want to risk exposure to his newly born. He was an extremely protective father, there for them all the time. I hadn't expected this from the Alpha of the North, but look, where was he? My heart swelled with warmth and love seeing him cooing to Tamara. She was the apple of his eyes. He felt like she needed more protection as compared to his son. I would laugh at him, but he said that his daughter was the princess. There hadn't been a single female born in the Shadowfang bloodline, so Tamara was a precious child. "The elders want to see you, Auren," he said as we lay side by side. He curled his fingers around mine and was examining our joined hands against the light of the fire. "Why?" I asked sleepily. "Goddess knows," he rasped. "These elders have their own mind. I'll meet them tomorrow. You don't have to if you don't want it." I chuckled. "It's not like they will kill me. It's just a small meeting, Lucien." "Okay." The next day, the elders arrived in the afternoon. Elder Rena and Orlin. I had got the pups downstairs for them to see, and they were so happy, with warm smiles etched on their wrinkled faces. "Ah," Elder Rena breathed, bringing her hand to her heart. "Look at them." Elder Orlin leaned in to peek at the twins in my arms. Bradley is so strong and already full of life. Bradley had grown more than Tamara. He looked dominant at 2 weeks. And she is so beautiful, Elder Auren remarked with a kind smile to Tamara, the first female in centuries of the Shadowfang Alpha line. He clasped his hands. I hope they aren't troubling you so much. They kick like wolves, I said with a small grin. Lucien's convinced that they will shift early just to terrorize him. The elders laughed, but soon Elder Rena's eyes turned serious. And how are you, Luna Auren? I'm good, I replied. Actually, really good. I looked at them. There was no pain, no sickness. In fact, I felt stronger than I thought I would. Rena and Orlin exchanged a glance. That's surprising, Orlin muttered, given the nature of the curse. Lucien shifted in his feet beside me, his tension pulsing through our bond. I gave the pups to the nannies who took them upstairs. Then I turned to the elders and said, I thought the curse would do something. But look, I took my hands up in front of me. Turning my palms, I said, I feel more alive and healthier. Vivi is feeding me a lot. I chuckled. There was an awkward quiet in the room. After a while, Rena gently said, I hope that the mate bond between you reverses the effects of the curse. I hope so too, Lucien muttered under his breath. But he didn't sound convinced. He looked worried as hell. And his worry was a cause of deep concern for me. I took his hand in mine and said, Lucien, I am well. Stop worrying so much, okay? He just pulled my hand up and kissed my knuckles in answer. Lucien POV. For the last 1 year, the bond between me and Auren had been marked by thorns. They were the phantom calls of the shadow wolves. I felt the chills down my spine, but all of them had gone, and the one that remained on my chest did bring flashes of pain now and then. At first, I thought that it was Auren who the shadow wolves were after, but as the next week got over, the pain in my chest intensified, and now I firmly believed that the curse was after my life. It was like either me or her. Our bond was quiet. It pulsed steady and strong. Auren's joy and warmth was overwhelming. There was not an iota of fear. It forced me to wonder if the curse was over. Did the curse spare her? If that was the case, then I was a happy wolf. We would both stay with our kids, watch them grow. However, my happiness was short-lived. It began one quiet evening. Tamara had just finished feeding. I took her from Auren and nestled her against my bare chest. The soft breaths vibrated against my skin. She was so beautiful, like she was spun from moonlight. I inhaled her scent and a smile spread on my lips. 3 weeks had passed without anything untoward. I made her sleep in her cradle. Bradley was already sleeping. I chuckled as to how my pups were only interested in sleeping, having milk, and doing potty. They had started recognizing their mom pretty well, though, so whenever she cooed to them, they would talk back to her. Just as I got up, I felt a sharp sting in my chest. I flinched. It was a single prick right over my tattoo near my heart. He placed my hand over my heart to stop it. It was like a ghost of heat. At that time, I didn't pay attention and went to the bed to sleep beside Auren. However, over the next few days, it grew worse. The thorns kind of twisted. They didn't just sting, they fucking moved. It felt like they were crawling beneath my skin. Some nights I woke up in a sweat as pain gripped me hard. But I didn't tell it to Auren. Though she was worried and would keep asking me what was wrong, I didn't tell her anything. She looked so happy, I couldn't burden her again. Not after everything we had been through, but the fucking pain wasn't fading, it was only building. Our pups were a month old today. I was thinking of giving a party to my pack members. It was a quiet morning. Sunlight spilled on the floor. She was talking excitedly about the party as I walked to her. Here, let me also. Suddenly, white-hot, blinding pain shot through my chest. My knees buckled. My arms seized mid-motion. Auren screamed, lunging forward. Lucien! But I hit the floor before she reached me. I collapsed onto my side, a terrifying tremble coursing through me. My breath turned shallow and uneven. Right where my tattoo was, it felt like embers burning into my flesh. Lucien! Lucien! What's happening? She cried, her voice breaking. Vivi! Tarian! She shouted. I looked at her, my vision blurring fast. I couldn't breathe or answer. If I thought that the curse had forgotten us, it had just woken up, and it wanted to claim me. Not Auren. Auren POV. Lucien just got straight after putting Tamara in her cradle. He looked at her with a tired smile on his face, but suddenly his smile disappeared. His eyes widened and his body stiffened like something hard had hit him. He gasped. "Lucien?" I said, confused. Over the last few days, he was looking paler than usual. I tried to search for his problem through our bond, but there was nothing. "Lucien?" I got up, feeling worried as hell. He didn't answer, and his eyes went blank. Then he stumbled, dropping to one knee. His other hand slapped on his chest. Before I could understand, he collapsed fully, flat on the floor, shaking. "Lucien!" I screamed, my voice breaking. I rushed to him. "Lucien!" But he didn't respond. His eyes went glossy, and he closed them. The pup started crying, sensing something was wrong. "Help!" I shouted toward the hallway. "Someone! Help! Please!" I lowered beside him, even as the babies cried. My gaze dropped to his chest where he had slapped his hand, and to my horror I noticed that the thorny vines out there were not just moving, they were trying to reach inside him, dig into his flesh. No, no, no. What was happening? Did the curse show again? Was it on its final course? A shudder went down my body. I felt like my whole world was crumbling down in seconds. "You can't do this to me!" I screamed at Lucien. "You can't!" I screamed at the shadows. "Don't you dare to steal my life!" I begged, or I shouted. I didn't know. The door flew open. Tarion burst in, followed by Vivi, 2 Omegas, and a few guards. "What happened?" Tarion demanded as he rushed to my side. He looked ashen white. His hands were trembling as he looked at Lucien with wide eyes. "I don't know," I cried. "He just collapsed." "Fuck," Tarion rasped. He turned to look at Vivi. "Call Elias," he said in panic, but then he opened his mind link and informed Elias. Lucien wasn't moving. His breathing was shallow. I pressed my hand to his cheek. It was cold. A sob broke out of my throat as the bond between us felt like it would break. "No, Lucien, no," I cried. "I can't live without you." Tears streamed down my eyes seeing him like this. My heart felt like someone had hammered it with an anvil, like a knife was plunging into it slowly, painfully. The guards, along with Tarion, lifted him and carried him outside where the car was. Elias was already there. There was complete chaos in the manor. I asked Vivi to take care of the pups before I sat in the car with Lucien in the rear seat with Elias. As the driver sped to the hospital, Tarion followed with his team. "How did this happen?" Elias asked. He was shaking as he looked at Lucien. It was evident that the alpha bond between Lucien and his pack members was weakening. "I don't know," I rasped. Elias placed his hands over Lucien's heart and said, "His heartbeat is slow. That's worrisome. Was he having any trouble earlier?" "I don't know," I cried, unable to stop my tears and panic. He never said a thing. Elias clenched his jaw. "Damn it, Alpha." We reached the hospital, and just as they were about to take him inside, the shaman appeared. "Where are you taking him?" he almost growled. I gulped. What was he up to? "He is not well, and he needs medical attention, shaman. He doesn't need magical intervention." I turned to Lucien and asked Elias to continue, frustrated at shaman's untimely interruption. The shaman shook his head. "No, Luna Auren, I warned him," he said in a grave voice. "I warned him not to ignore the call of the ruins. I told him that he should go to the Eldermere. The curse is at its peaks. The shadow wolves have already sensed that, and the curse is responding now. They are beckoning him." I turned to him, my eyes wild. "What do you mean?" The shaman stepped closer to Lucien. His gaze went to the thorny vines that were now moving restlessly. "It's the curse. The shadow wolves must see the pups. I told him about it, but he didn't listen. He didn't want to risk the pups' lives at the ruins." My gaze dropped to Lucien's chest, and that's when I saw. Droplets of blood oozed out. Thin black vine tattoos, curled and twisted under his skin. They pulsed as if trying to tear their way out. Earth shifted beneath my feet. My head became dizzy, and I thought I would pass out. The thorny vines were digging in his flesh and making him bleed. "Oh, dear goddess," I cried. "This is a catastrophe. What should I do?" Another sob ripped from my throat as I looked at shaman for help. And it was then I realized what Lucien was doing. He wasn't telling me about his pain because he was afraid that the shadow wolves would harm his pups or kill them. He was protecting us with his life. A whimper tore from my throat. "No, Lucien, I won't let you do this to me." I looked up at the shaman and said, "I can't wait anymore. I will go to the Eldermere ruins now." "But Luna," Tarion protested. "He needs medical attention." I ignored Tarion's words. "We don't have time to waste. Go back to the manor and get the pups to the ruins. I am heading there." Then I said to Elias, "Come with us with your best team." Lucien was dying. If I had to save him, I had to face the darkness myself, and I had to bring my pups as well. "But Luna," I cut off Tarian. "I'll face whatever is there, but Lucien is not dying today." With that, I turned and ordered the nurses and guards to take us back to the car. I couldn't waste a single minute more. The shaman followed us. Auren POV. Tarian ran to get the pups. I sat next to Lucien in the car along with Elias and the shaman. His head was heavy in my lap. His face was pale and his lips were slightly parted as he took shallow breaths. Right now was not the time to panic, but I was panicking. How could I not? My mate, my love, my husband was on the verge of dying. My bond was weakening by the minute. It felt like sand slipping through my hands. I brushed my trembling hand across his cheek. "Just hold on. Please hold on." Once he was fine, once he woke up, I was going to fight with him, and that made me cry more. The car rumbled through the forest. It bumped along the gravel and dirt road which led to the ruins. The closer we got, the heavier the air became with magic, the same dark and oppressing magic. It felt like the trees were watching us. They were whispering of our doom. As soon as we pulled up to the edge of the Eldermere ruins, I felt the ancient magic thick around me. "Take him to the altar," I said to the guards. Along with the guards, Elias carried Lucien to the altar as guided by the shaman. In their arms, Lucien looked so helpless, so pale that I wanted to curl into him, to give my body's warmth. I had never felt so hopeless and desperate. The moment we were close to the altar, I sensed the magic around me, not threatening, but waiting. Tarian had come by then along with Vivi, with both my pups in their arms, bundled in soft blankets. They handed me the pups. Tamara and Bradley cooed and squirmed in my arms, like even they could sense something was wrong around them. I stood in front of the altar with my babies nestled against my chest. Then I looked at the shaman and waited for his instructions. He asked the guards to place Lucien at the foot of the altar. Once they placed him in front of the altar, they all backed away. "Call upon the shadows," he instructed me. I nodded tightly, clutching my pups tightly. This was it. Either we all lived or we all died. To hell with this world. If the moon goddess didn't appreciate her own creation, then there was no point in living. I closed my eyes and from my heart I said, "Please," I whispered into the silence. "Please, I've brought them. I have also brought your heirs. If there's anything left of this bond, if there's anything sacred about it, please save him." My pups started getting agitated in my arms. They both opened their eyes, and I expected them to cry any time. This was too much for us. Then imagine what it would be for the pups. The altar in front of me vibrated. Shadows began to rise out of it, stretching from its edges, curling and twisting like smoke made solid. I pressed my lips and allowed them to reach us. My knees wobbled, mimicking my courage. "Don't take him from me," I implored them. "Not after all this. He didn't reject his mate. He always stood by me despite numerous hurdles. He even gave you heirs." The shadows hissed, and then they began to rise. They slid out from between the cracked altar. They pooled and twisted around us as they made their way toward us. They weren't in a hurry. Instead, they moved slowly, like they were curious, like they were testing us. One long shadow crept across the floor, brushing over Lucien's leg. It didn't hurt him, it just watched him. I held my breath as I stared at it. Lucien lay motionless in front of me, his head lolled to one side. Blood was still trickling out of his chest as the thorny vibes pulsed, but they had slowed down, like they responded to the shadows. One shadow curled around my leg. I stiffened as I clenched my teeth, panic coursing through me wildly. It slithered up and reached Tamara. She squirmed in my arm and my breath caught. "Goddess, please help me." I sent a silent prayer. The shadow brushed over her delicately. Tamara let out a tiny yawn and her eyes opened fully. She saw the shadow in front of her and without fear, she reached out for it as if it was a toy. Her little finger closed around the tail end of the shadow. A soft gasp escaped me. The shadow wriggled to get free, but it seemed like Tamara was holding it tightly. My panic morphed into surprise. Tamara could actually feel the shadows? Were they so thick that she caught them? Bradley was curious and quiet in my other arm, and suddenly he reached out too. His pudgy fingers latched onto another shadow that had slithered over me. I was expecting the shadows to whirl around us, creating chaos, but they were ever so gentle. When Bradley's fingers closed around the shadows froze. I watched in complete disbelief as the ancient spirits whimpered. They whimpered like pups. They didn't hiss anymore like they used to. Instead, they wagged. It seemed like the shadow wolves, those ancient cursed creatures, were playing with my babies. Surprise flared through me. One curled around Tamara's leg like a black, smoky ribbon, and she kicked playfully, cooing. Another one draped over Bradley's chest like a blanket. He just blinked up at it, wide eyes. He brought his hand over the shadow and tried to grab it, lifting it in front of his face. He darted his tongue out as if to taste them. I gasped. The shadow retreated, whimpering, as if not liking the idea of being tasted by my pup. My pups started moving their hands up and down in a motion that looked like they were using the shadows like whips. And both of them giggled as they did it, while the shadows whimpered or hissed. It seemed like the shadows were getting irritated by the pups' antics. They tried to wriggle away, but my pups weren't leaving them. More shadows rose and moved slowly toward Lucien. "No," I cried out and knelt beside him. "Please spare him," I implored them. He didn't come earlier because he was protecting me and his pups. I was expecting the shadows to strike him one last time and take him away from me. But what happened next shocked me. Auren POV. "No," I cried out, kneeling beside him with both Tamara and Bradley. The shadows hissed and snapped right in front of my face. I jerked my head back in horror as my eyes widened. While one shadow stayed right in front of me, the others circled all of them, slowly touching us here and there. I could feel the oppressive magic, the cold slither. Scared that they would affect my pups, I placed them on the ground carefully. They looked at me as if wondering what their mommy was doing, but then their attention was caught by the shadows they had caught in their hands. They started to play with them again, giggling. They were just not afraid. My eyes went to Lucien, over whom the shadows had crawled over. His body was now covered with them, bits and pieces emerging when the shadows moved. "Please," I begged them. One then stilled right over his heart. Suddenly, it rose sharply about a foot tall. "No, please, no!" I screamed, scared as hell. Was this my mate's last day? What was his mistake? "He was only trying to protect me," I said. "No," I begged. "Please be merciful. He has always respected you. Don't take him away from me." I tipped my head up toward the sky as tears streamed down my eyes. All at once, the sun was covered with dark clouds. Thunder clapped far in the distance. It felt so ominous, so final. My lips quivered. "Please, moon goddess, I have just found happiness. Let me stay like this." I clasped my hand and prayed to her hard, like my life depended on it. My gaze returned to the shadow that was on Lucien's chest. It started morphing into a shape, like that of a woman. My breath hitched when a face appeared. It was that of a woman. I was petrified because I had never seen such an occurrence in my life. She looked at me with fiery eyes that burned orange. "Who are you?" I stuttered, unable to believe what was happening. She hissed, "Nah!" I gulped as I stared at her. Her eyes went to my pups, who were still giggling as they played with other shadow wolves. The embers in her eyes turned into emeralds as she watched them fondly. A few moments later, she turned to Lucien. I was expecting her to strike, but the strike never landed. She lowered her face over his chest and licked the blood from his skin. Nakia rose to her full length, the blackness of her shadow turning misty white. She glowed, the soft golden light spilling all around her. My gaze went to Lucien's chest, from where all the shadows began receding. And it is then I saw, the vines began to recede. They disappeared. I choked on a sob as my hand rested on his chest. Nakia looked at the pups and glided back toward the altar, her face toward us. All other shadows followed her except the ones who were caught by my pups. They wanted to break free as they whimpered and wriggled, but my pups were not in the mood to leave them. All of them gathered around her in the shape of wolves. Her voice echoed through the air, through my bones. "The blood has been tested. The line has been redeemed. The curse is broken." Excitement buzzed through me. Really? Then she looked at the twins. "The heirs are untouched by betrayal. The chain ends here." Oh, my goddess. Was this really happening? I watched them all with wonder in my eyes. Was the centuries-old curse finally lifting? The shadow wolves turned, curling back to the altar, as I watched them mesmerized. They slithered into the middle of the altar inside the crack. but the last two still remained. The shadow wolves looked up at me with their smoky eyes, as if begging me to rescue them from my pup's tiny but relentless grip. Tamara moved her hand rapidly, giggling as she thrashed the shadow wolf with its tail in her hand left and right. I couldn't stop smiling. Slowly, I pried open her hand, and then Brad's. The last two shadow wolves quickly slithered to the altar, but they paused in front of me. "Protect them," they whispered in unison. "The balance has shifted," and with that they crept inside the altar. As soon as they had all gone in, miraculously, the stone of the altar started shifting back in its place. It groaned as it came back to its original place. I watched it incredulously with my breath lodged in my throat. Lucien stirred beside me, groaning softly. He blinked open his dark eyes, dazed. "Lucien!" I sobbed and kissed him hard. "You're back!" He smiled weakly as I leaned over him, my hair falling around his face. "What happened, love?" I laughed through tears. "We are free." His brows furrowed. "Free? From what?" I leaned my forehead over his as I just couldn't stop crying. This felt like the greatest victory of my life. Nothing, Sable, Julie, Riz, Bram, Maris, nothing was bigger than what happened today. My pups let out a cry from the side. I snapped my head toward them and lifted them in my arms. I kissed them all over as Lucien got up. Tarion, Shaman, Vivi, and all others gathered around us. The shaman was looking at me with reverence. "You've done it, Luna Auren," he said, his voice choking. Tarion and Vivi also looked at me with awe. "What happened?" Lucien asked as he looked around him, his eyes widening when he realized that we were at the Eldermere ruins. "Why are we here?" I was so relieved by it all that I handed my kids to Tarion and Vivi and then hugged Lucien tightly. "Silly, you wanted to leave me? Did you think I would let you go?" Then I peppered kisses all over his faces as he still looked surprised. I just wanted to be sure that he was still here with me. He wrapped his arms around me as I kissed him non-stop. I heard Vivi chuckling, but she walked out with my pups in her arms. When I was done kissing him, I cupped his face. "The curse is broken," I said in a hoarse voice. His eyes widened in surprise. "Broken? How?" I placed my hand on his heart. "Your tattoos are gone." His gaze snapped to his chest, and his surprise was over the roof. "How did this happen? There are no thorny vines left." I kissed him again on his cheek. "I'll tell you. Come home." I got up and gave him my hand. He took it and stood up. I glanced at the shaman and thanked him silently. Third POV. A month ago. Bram had never known rage quite like this. After he had heard that Auren had got into labor, he was enraged as hell. He stormed out of his room and went to his library where he sat alone. He didn't want to see Maris or hear her voice or smell her scent of dead rats. All he wanted was to be with Auren or think of her. He waited for the next update from his spies. Maris came to him a few minutes ago and asked him to have dinner. But he was on his fifth glass of whiskey. Just then his spy entered and said, "Luna Auren has given birth to twins." The moment he heard that Auren had survived the birth and had given Alpha Lucien not one but two pups, something inside him snapped. He upended the whiskey glass in his hand. It shattered across the floor. Then he grabbed a heavy chair and hurled it at the wall. The crack of splintered wood echoed through his house. "They should have been mine," he growled, pacing the library like a caged beast. "My pups, my legacy, not his." He slammed his fist on the table. "That bitch is going to pay for this." Maris sat on the chair in the corner near the hearth with her arms folded across her chest. With an icy expression on her face, she watched him with narrow eyes. She hated how he thought of her all the time. "She will die," she said coldly. "You know the curse, Bram. It claims every she-wolf who had given birth to Shadowfang heirs. She has only a few days left, maybe less." Bram stalked toward her. In a blink, his hand closed around her throat. He lifted her slightly and sneered. "If you ever speak of her death with glee again, you will be the one 6 feet under." She clawed at his hand, wheezing. His wolf was gone, but he was still enough to tackle her. He let go of her and she collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. "How can you do this to me?" she snapped. "After all that I have done for you." "What you have done for me was out of pure selfish reasons," he snarled. "Had you not come into my life and poisoned me about Auren, she would have been with me. My wolf would have been with me." "It's not like you wanted to be with her," she shouted as she cried. "I didn't do anything you didn't want." "Get out," he shouted. "Get out before I kill you." Maris got up and ran out of the library, crying. "Bastard," she muttered as she went back to her room. She called her maids. When Rhea and Hyra fluttered around her, rubbing ointments on her bruises, Rhea whispered poison in her ears. "You are so much better than that lowly Omega, Luna. You are smarter, prettier, and you are a born Luna. Alpha Bram will realize it one day." Hyra chimed in. "He is caught in the past. Once the curse claims Auren, there will be no competition left." Their words made her smirk. "The curse will soon take her," Maris scoffed as her bruises darkened. "Then Bram will regret what he did to me." When Hyra left, Rhea came close to Maris. "There's one thing I wanted to say," she said, glancing at the door. "What?" Maris asked, lying down. "Beta Josh wants to see you. In private." "What for?" "I don't know," Rhea replied with mischief in her eyes. Maris cocked an eyebrow. After a moment of pause, she said, "Ask him to meet me after midnight on the hill behind the Pack's territory." That night after Bram slept, intoxicated heavily, Maris sneaked out of the house. When she reached the hill behind the Pack's territory, she saw Josh over there. He was wearing only slacks with a bare chest. She walked to him and looked at him with lust in her eyes. "You wanted to see me, Josh?" Josh's chest rose and fell as he stared at her intensely. "You've heard about Auren?" She couldn't help it and brushed her fingers lightly over his chest. "Yes." He caught her wrist. "What do you plan to do now?" "Depends on how you treat me," she said suggestively. With a low snarl, Josh grabbed her by the waist and picked her up. She curled her legs around him. "No panties," he said, cupping her ass. Days passed and both of them continued having sex whenever and wherever they could. Bram was too busy mourning his loss, hating Lucien and Auren. More days passed. She eagerly waited for the news of Auren's demise, but nothing happened. 2 weeks passed. Auren didn't wither. She flourished. The reports came from the spies that Auren was seen in the balcony, laughing with her pups, with Lucien, strong and healthy. The cursed bride had survived somehow. Maris was shocked. One night as she lay naked beside Josh, she said, "Why isn't she dead?" Josh shrugged. "I don't know. Something is strange, though." A month after the pups were born, the truth dawned. The curse was broken. This time Bram descended into another fit of rage, which was worse than the last. As Maris watched him with horror, destroying every piece of furniture in their room, and as he shattered the mirror with a punch, blood trickling down his hand, she knew he was getting insane. Was he slowly getting moon crazy? She watched him quietly, and then that night she went to Josh, in his house. "I think he will soon become moon crazy," she said to him as he took her from behind. She was taking all precaution to mask his scent on her. He scoffed. "Let him? I'm here for you." "No," she breathed. "There's something else." When they were lying side by side, she said, "If fate didn't kill Auren, I would." Josh snapped his gaze at her. "That would be risky. Lucien is going to destroy all of us." "Then what do I do?" she cried. "Kill Bram?" And for the first time in days, her lips curled into a smile. But she didn't know that Bram, too, was planning. He wasn't looking to destroy Lucien or Auren. He had other things in mind. Lucien POV. I stirred awake to a sharp ache in my head and behind my eyes, and to the familiar scent of home. Auren. "Auren?" I murmured, sure I was dreaming. My body was heavy. It felt like I had been dragged through fire and ice all at once. I felt so numb that for a moment I couldn't move. I blinked at the dark clouds above and turned my face to see the broken walls and pillars on Eldermere ruins around me. And then I saw her, my Auren. She was sitting beside me, eyes red as tears streamed down her cheeks, face riddled with exhaustion, sobbing and happy all at once. Her hair was tangled, her dress was wrinkled and stained by my blood, and yet I had never seen anything more divine. My mate, my Luna, my salvation. I got up slowly, gasping as I ignored the pain in my back and the burn behind my eyes. "Auren?" Her lips curled up into a grin. "You're awake," she rasped. "Thank the goddess." I looked around and saw the shaman standing a few feet away. There was some activity going on in the background, and I tried to make sense of it. "Where are the pups?" I asked. We were at home only a few moments ago. I remembered the sharp pain in my chest and then collapsing. "Oh, Lucien," she said and hugged me tightly. When she pulled away, I reached for her and cupped her face with both hands. My thumbs brushed the tears on her cheeks. "What did you do?" I asked, my voice rough. I didn't want to come to Eldermere. What happened to the pups? How did we get here? Anger and fear warred inside me. She gave a shaky laugh. The pups are fine. I dragged your stubborn ass through the forest to the ruins with the babies. My eyes widened. What? I almost shrieked. What did you do? Do you know how dangerous it is to come here? I know, she replied, and I also know that you wanted to take the beat of the curse to protect us. I swallowed. Auren, she pointed at the altar. Look over there. When I looked at the altar, I was in for a surprise. The crack in the stone had disappeared, like it was never there. How? Even the thorny vines had dried and shriveled up. It seemed like the place was never affected by the curse. The thick magic in the air was no more. The unusual, oppressive feel of magic was not there. My throat tightened. I just don't know how. I didn't know what to say. She chuckled. The shadow wolves have left for good. The curse. She pointed at my chest. It's gone. I looked down at my chest. The tattoos out there had gone. Not even the faint lines or the scars remained. I blinked in surprise as I stared at my chest. Other than my alpha tattoo, there was nothing. The tattoos which were crawling over there had vanished, like they were never there. Goosebumps lined my skin. Those tattoos were a part of my bloodline from centuries ago. My father and forefathers bore it always until the last day of their life, and they were gone, no longer alive. The curse is broken? I asked as I brushed my finger over my tattoo incredulously. Yes, she chirped. We've done it. My eyes lifted to meet hers. The curse was gone because of her. I was so stupid to not believe in it. I was blinded by my fierce love for my family. It's gone because of you, I said as I pulled her into my chest. You defied the shadow wolves. You risked your life, and you carried me here. She nodded against me as she buried her face in my chest. I had to. I couldn't lose you. I held her tighter, pressing my lips to her hair. In a rough voice I said, You saved me, Auren. A tear escaped my eye. My mate had done it again. She had proven that she was more than what the eye met. She was a powerful wolf with so much courage. I love you. I love you too, she cried softly. How could you think of sacrificing yourself for us, silly? I just wrapped her in her arms and both of us remained there until we were assured that it was all over. After a while, when I stood, I was shaky on my feet. I looked at the Eldermere ruins around me, the altar that once had cursed our bloodline, and now my mate had turned it into the place where she saved me. Come, let's go home, I said to her. I lifted her face and kissed her on her lips. And when we return, we will celebrate. The shaman who was standing a few feet away said, From now, you will be known as Auren, the curse breaker of the Shadowfang. The warriors standing around us cheered. Long live the Luna! Long live the curse breaker! They all seemed so excited as they looked at Auren with reverence that my chest filled with pride. I took Auren's hand in mine and proudly walked out of the ruins, wondering if I wanted to step inside them again. When we came out, I saw Vivi and Tyrion holding one pup each. Tyrion nodded at me, his eyes filled with loyalty and love. Vivi was crying as she looked at me, murmuring something about alphas, moon, and curse. I still couldn't believe that the ancient curse was broken, that the shadow wolves had left us forever. As I sat inside the car, Tyrion and Vivi gave us our pups. They were both sleeping like there was no tomorrow. Did they even get affected by the shadow wolves? I was angry that Auren got them here. It was too risky. But then I stopped myself from going in that direction because all was well that ended well. Tamara opened her eyes briefly, smiled, and then again went off to sleep in my arms. With one hand I cradled her as with the other. I circled Auren's shoulder, pulling her closer to me. She had Bradley in her arms. She placed her head on my chest with a beautiful and satisfied smile. We were all going back home, with no fear, no threats, and a promise of beautiful life ahead. I silently sent a prayer to the moon goddess for being so benevolent to me. I didn't deserve Auren or a family so beautiful, but she still blessed me with it. Her plans were so mysterious. After reaching home, I announced to the pack that we would celebrate the birth of my pups in 2 days. Lucien POV. This wasn't just a celebration for my newborn pups. No, it was something much bigger than that. For the first time in generations, in centuries, the Shadowfang bloodline was free. The curse that had haunted my family, killed every woman who bore heirs, was gone. I could finally breathe without fear of losing Auren. I could hold my mate and know that she would live. The day in the evening when the celebrations started, it was only joy everywhere. The full moon hung like a jewel in the sky. It was a new moon that cast its soft glow across my pack's territory. The celebrations were going on at the clearing in my pack's territory. Fire pits were lit. Long tables were stacked with roasted meat, spiced vegetables, fruits, and warm bread. Overhead, lanterns were hanging from the branches of the trees. Laughter filled the air. Music rose from speakers. It wasn't just a celebration. It was homecoming. Our people weren't just cheering for my twins. They were cheering for hope, for freedom that eluded us. My heart, my love, stood beside me, her hand tucked in the crook of my arm. Dressed in silk blue and silver gown, she held Tamara in her arms while Bradley rested in mine. Her scent was stronger, full of life. She had mentioned that the coppery scent in me that usually lingered vanished, and I knew that the curse had disappeared from my soul. My pack people couldn't stop looking at her with awe. She wasn't just their Luna, she had become their legend. She was a silent warrior, a bearer of new life and the mate of their alpha who broke the curse. She was the woman I would worship forever. As my pack members gathered around me, I said, "Shadowfang Wolves, today is not just celebrating survival. It is about family, about faith, and about the woman who carried me through the darkest times, who carried all of us through the dark times and emerged victorious." Cheers erupted. I glanced at Auren, who was blushing. Her eyes shone and her lips curved with a soft smile. I lifted Bradley slightly. Our future, Shadowfang's future. A unified howl rose from the wolves. The elders clapped as they looked at Auren. Vivi and other Omegas dabbed their eyes, while many others smiled, watching Auren and me with reverence. As the cheers faded, I asked them all to enjoy the night to the fullest. Once all of them were gone, I leaned down and whispered in Auren's ear, "Once this is over, I am going to worship your body, and I'm not done spoiling you yet." She flushed, and I chuckled. Even though the curse was broken, my obsession with her was not. I looked at my pack members. As Alpha, I had led them through storms. But Auren, she ended one. Tonight, every howl, every song, and every fire that burned brightly, it was all for her. I knew it on instinct. It was difficult to believe that a year ago she had come to my pack as a trade deal, to be my breeder, and to give heirs to the Shadowfang pack. And now she stood next to me like a queen. She fucking owned me. I loved her body and soul. Vivi came to us for the babies. Auren had already fed them, and so they were sleeping tight. I watched Tyrion. He was looking happier than ever, like a weight was lifted off his shoulders. He glanced at me and nodded with a grin, and then went to talk to others. As the evening matured, the fires thinned, glowing softly like sleepy eyes. The pack members danced slowly as they drank wine and talked in hushed tones. Auren was sitting in between my legs as I watched them. I got up and wrapped my arms around her waist. Resting my chin on her shoulder, I murmured, "Tired?" She placed her hands on arms. "Yes," she whispered, but I'd never been so happy. I pressed a soft kiss to her neck. "You've given the greatest gift of hope, and you have given me everything." She leaned away to give access to her neck. Like a greedy wolf, I kissed her more, licking and sucking my mark. She shivered in my arms. Under the stars and moon, I wanted to make love to her, slow and long. "Care for a dance?" I asked. When she nodded, I got up and pulled her up. We walked to the nearest fire pit. I held her by her waist. We swayed together, just us. No weight of the world, just a man and his mate, holding forever. I couldn't stop myself anymore. I picked her up in my arms. "Lucien!" she squealed. I looked at her intensely as I carried her away. "Where are we going?" she asked. "Somewhere quiet, somewhere I have you for myself." She tucked her head in the crook of my neck as I carried her to a hilltop, away from the celebrations. The moonlight bathed the hilltop in silver. It was quiet. I set her on her feet and intertwined my fingers with hers. From here, we could see the celebrations. It looked like a sea of flickering lanterns. "It's beautiful," she murmured. My eyes were on her. "Yes," I sighed. She looked at me with a question in her eyes, but before she could say it, my lips were on hers. The next I knew was that I was removing all her clothes. She looked ethereal in the moonlight. Her skin glowed under the moon. The curves in her body had become fuller. Both her ass and her breasts were rounder and heavier. "You're beautiful," I said in a hoarse voice as I straddled her. Sweet goddess. She was so fucking sexy. I went lower to her belly where I kissed and sucked her skin, leaving my marks along the way. I rasped, "This will never get old." She chuckled as I rested my head over hers. I had only just begun. Auren POV. Days passed fast, and before I knew it, my twins were 6 months old. Lucien and I were planning on a quiet dinner to celebrate their 6-month birthday. I had turned 19 a few months ago. Summer had descended and there were blooms everywhere. The pack had beautiful, meticulously crafted gardens with a variety of flowers, and the air was thick with the intoxicating fragrance of these flowers. The morning light filtered through the windows of my bedroom. Tamara and Bradley were playing on the rug. I had placed a lot of cushions around them. Giggles echoed in the room as Tamara, who was dressed in a sky-blue romper, sat wobbly on the plush rug, and she was flapping her hands with delight after chewing a wooden wolf toy. Beside her, Bradley sat quietly, studying a wooden ring toy with intense concentration. He curled his fingers around it and flipped it to study it like it held answers to life. I laughed. "Tam, don't eat that," I said as I picked up the drool-soaked toy from her mouth. Both my pups had started teething, and they were biting everything they could sink their teeth in, including my breasts. While Bradley was showing signs of having wee fangs, Tamara wasn't. She squealed in protest as I took her toy and wobbled forward. She toppled gently on the cushions. I laughed and lifted her into my lap, pressing a kiss to her soft golden curls. "You don't need it, sweetheart." But Tamara picked up another soft toy and started chewing it. Sigh. Lucien entered the room shirtless. His hair was damp after a quick bath. He was holding 2 mismatched socks in his hands. "Our daughter has flung these across the hall, bedroom and garden. Did you know I found one in the kitchen as well?" Tamara loved to remove her socks when sitting anywhere. She would remove them and play with them. Often, the maids had pulled out the socks from her hands before they entered her mouth. "She is testing her throwing arm. I do believe she is a warrior in training," I replied with a grin. He came to me and dropped on his knees. He leaned down to kiss me and then brushed his fingers against Brad's cheek. "And this one? He looks like he is solving a riddle." I chuckled. "He is probably plotting how to overthrow his sister's sock rebellion." We were both 6 months into parenthood, and nothing ever felt more complete. I had forgotten about my past in the Crimson Howl pack. Bram and Maris existed somewhere on this planet. I didn't care. All these months, there were moments of exhaustion, of confusion, of wailing cries in the middle of the night, of times when my breasts ached with milk overflowing, when I just wanted to wean my pups away. But then there was also laughter, warmth, a bond that grew stronger between Lucien and me. We loved every moment of spending time with pups. Every little action caused happiness. Outside, the pack members had started treating my pups as treasures. Sometimes they got gifts. The warriors bowed respectfully whenever I passed with my pups in my arms. At the heart of it, I no longer felt like the Omega no one wanted. I felt like the Luna of my pack. Once when Lucien had taken the pups to the training arena, some of the warriors and younger wolves took a break only to coo at them. I stood behind them, enjoying it in silence. Sienna loved how things turned out. My lazy wolf sprawled and tossed around in my mind happily, wagging her tail. Sometimes she went for a run with Remus, and invariably she would return riding on his back like a queen. And Remus, he loved to pamper her. He would proudly get her back home on his back. I had put the pups to sleep in their cradles and gone down to have lunch with Lucien and Tyrion. While we were talking about the pack business and that 2 alphas wanted to meet Lucien, Vivi interrupted us. "Alpha Lucien, someone is requesting an audience with you." "Who is it?" Lucien asked, swallowing down the pie. "Tom's nephew, Fred Danby," Vivi said with a choked throat. I exchanged a glance with Lucien and nodded. He stood up, wiping his hands on a napkin. "Ask him to meet me in the main hall." Tyrion also got up and followed Lucien in the main hall. I finished my lunch and curious, I also followed them. A man stood waiting for us. Lean, with auburn hair and familiar green eyes that poked at my memory, Fred looked like a model walking out of a fashion magazine. As soon as he saw us, he bowed. "Alpha Lucien," he said, glancing at me. "I'm Fred Danby, Tom's nephew." Lucien stared at him with surprise. He waved at the sofa behind him. "Please sit." As we settled into our seats, I found Vivi watching Fred with a nervous expression. "How's Tom?" I asked. "I hope he is feeling well." Fred's eyebrows jumped to the hairline. "You didn't know?" When he saw our puzzled faces, he added, "He died a few months ago. Didn't Mirabelle say anything to you?" Shock rippled through me as my eyes widened. "Died? Mirabelle? What are you talking about?" Goosebumps lined my skin. I whipped my head to look at Lucien, who had narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fred. He said through the mind link, "It was Tom who had recommended Mirabelle, aka Sable." Fred nodded gravely. "Yes, Luna. I'm sorry to come without notice, but I've been searching for someone. My uncle had put a girl instead of him as a chef in-house, Mirabelle. Belle came here and just 2 days later my uncle died. I am looking for her." Vivi gulped audibly. "Tom died?" I tried to search for a hint of maliciousness in Fred. There was none. What was going on? Lucien leaned forward and said, "Fred, can you tell me more about Mirabelle and Tom's connection?" He looked lethal, like he would kill Fred in an instant. Fred looked pretty flustered, but he revealed everything, right from how Mirabelle met him to how she got in contact with Tom, who helped her join as our chef. "After Uncle Tom died, I contacted her. I asked her to leave her job and come to live with me, but she said she had promised you that she would find a replacement and then she would come. I waited a few months. She didn't call. I thought she moved on. But now I can't shake the feeling that something bad happened to her. Since she was your cook, I thought, maybe you know where she is?" My head reeled as my thoughts raced. Mirabelle, Belle, Sable, the mask, the disguise. Memories of that terrible night of fire and betrayal, of knives and blood, flooded my mind. Fred continued, "I really can't get over her. Please, if you know about her, tell me." He was getting anxious. Tyrion took a deep breath in. "Fred, you may want to drink water." He looked at Vivi, who was already crying silently. She nodded and rushed to the kitchen. "What's going on?" Fred asked, concern deepening on his face. Auren POV. Tyrion stood and crossed the room to him. He sat down beside him. "Belle never told you who she was?" Fred looked at him with a frown. "I met her at a strippers club in Humantown. After that, we just hit it." Tyrion took a deep breath in as Lucien continued to watch Fred with suspicion in his eyes. Tyrion said, "Belle, she wasn't who she said she was." "What do you mean?" Fred asked sharply. "She was someone dangerous, someone who tried to kill Alpha and Luna," he said in a low voice. "Her real name was Sable, and she was the daughter of one of the counselors in Shadowfang Pack, Riz Brown. She wasn't Mirabelle." Fred's mouth dropped open. "She used that name and that identity to get close to us." Fred's face paled. "You mean she pretended to be Mirabelle?" He took his phone out and showed a photo of Mirabelle. "Yes, that one," Tyrion sighed. He took his phone out and showed him the video of how he removed Sable's mask that day. Fred was mortified. "Goddess!" Tyrion put his phone back. "I'm sorry, Fred." There was an awkward silence as I tried to fit the puzzle pieces. It seemed like Sable had fooled him as well for her nefarious activities. "How did Tom die?" Lucien asked him. Fred hadn't recovered. His hands were shaking. "She betrayed my trust," he murmured. After a while, he looked up at Lucien and said, "He had a heart attack. It was bizarre because he was healthy one day and gone the next." "I'm sorry about your uncle," Lucien replied. "If you want any help from us, let us know. We are here for you." He nodded slowly, his eyes glinting with unshed tears. "Thank you, Alpha. I'll take my leave now." He got up, still dazed, and I felt pity for him. Tyrion walked him out, murmuring something reassuring. I took a rough breath, staring out at him. Lucien came to me and held my hand and took me back upstairs. "Really sad," he murmured. I felt really sad for Fred. He was duped by Sable in so many ways that it was impossible to fathom his disappointment and how betrayed he must be feeling. However, something pricked at the back of my mind. How did Tom die in just 2 days of Sable's departure? I sighed, shaking my head. My mind was full of doubts when it came to Sable. Now that she was no more, I was still disbelieving her intentions. Third POV. Bram hadn't been able to sleep that night. He was avoiding Maris all the time. It was impossible for him to have sex with her. She tried to cajole him initially, but now she didn't come after him. Perhaps she saw her worth now. She could go to hell for all he cared. She wanted power as the Luna. She got it, and she seemed happy. Sitting in his library, he finished his bottle of whiskey and got up to go to his room. He knew Maris would be asleep. He would silently slide in the bed and sleep with his pillow on his head so that he didn't smell her disgusting scent. In the morning, he would wake up before her and leave. It had been 6 months since he came to know about Auren's twins. His rage was at an all-time high. He wanted to take revenge. It was time he acted on his plan. The problem was that he wasn't finding a gap in Lucien's security, so every day he sketched his plan in detail, hoping to find some lacuna in his security. His spies were in constant touch with him. He wanted to smell Auren, inhale her scent, be with her in some way. Even if he was able to inhale her scent once a week, it was enough for him. But it wasn't happening. His mind was slipping into craziness. He was afraid that he would eventually become moon crazy. So what was the best way to keep him sane? As he staggered to his room, he walked through the corridor. At the dead of the night, he was surprised to hear the giggles and murmurs filtering through one of the rooms. Maris's scent was thick in the air. He followed the scent and realized that it was mixed with a deeper, more masculine scent that wasn't his. It was that of Josh. His hands curled into fists as fury blasted in his chest. Before he knew it, he was standing in front of the door from where the smell was coming. He pushed the door open. It slammed against the wall. Maris jumped off the bed, clutching the sheet against her body. Josh stood as well, looking pale. Bram's eyes flicked between them. Maris's hair was tousled and her cheeks flushed. Bram sniffed the air again and growled, "You were having sex!" Josh's chest was rising and falling like he had been caught sprinting. "What the fuck is going on here?" Bram demanded. Maris stammered, "It's not what it looks like. It looks like you were fucking my beta," Bram roared. Josh bared his neck instinctively. Even though Bram no longer had a wolf, his alpha presence carried weight. But Bram knew the truth. If Josh ever challenged him now, he would lose. Shoving that fear aside, he hissed, "You forget your place, Josh. You've been fucking your Luna. Do you know what I can do? I'll fucking throw you in the dungeons." Josh looked at Maris. "I didn't mean to disrespect you, Alpha." "Get out," Bram growled, a plan forming in his mind, "and wait for my orders." As soon as Josh left, Maris blurted, "It was a mistake. I felt neglected." Bram strode to her and clutched her throat with his hand. "Neglected? You married me for power. Don't act like you're the victim." Tears gathered in her eyes, but Bram shoved her on the bed and turned away. "If I tell this to my pack members, they will shred you two into pieces." "No," she shrieked, but Bram slammed the door behind him and went to his bedroom. A satisfied smirk came on his lips. Maris had given him the opening he needed. Third POV. Bram got up early in the morning, unable to sleep well with his arms crossed against his chest as he stared out at the pack grounds below. He was excited, he was angry, but he didn't stop strategizing. Even though the morning was quiet, his mind was chaotic. He knew that now the time had come to strike, but he had to be precise. He couldn't afford mistakes. It had taken everything in his noise not to kill Maris when he saw her with Josh in a compromising position. But had he not controlled his anger and thought of how he could use this to his advantage, he wouldn't have calmed down. Standing in this room, he knew exactly what he needed to do. Maris hadn't returned to the bedroom, scared of him, which was good. He needed to keep that image. The door opened softly, and she walked in. He glanced back at her, standing in the center of the room. Her eyes darted nervously, and her hands twisted together. He scoffed as to how fragile she looked, like who had gotten too deep into something. He exhaled sharply and turned his head back to the grounds. Without looking at her, he said, "You know what happens if I reveal your betrayal, right?" His voice was low, controlled, but it had an edge that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Maris flinched. "I'm sorry, Bram." He chuckled darkly. "Sorry?" He turned to look at her. "My pack members will kill you." She lowered her gaze to the floor. "I swear, Bram, I won't do it again." She was on the verge of crying. She walked toward her slowly, savoring this control. In a cold voice, he said, "I can have you killed before you even have the time to blink." Her eyes widened in terror. She opened her mouth, but words caught in her throat. She knew that he wasn't bluffing. She closed her mouth with her hands as tears started rolling down. He continued to watch her, feeling happy for the first time in ages. He didn't know that he would be so happy to see her miserable. "I'll do anything, Bram. Just please." Her voice trembled, and a sob escaped her mouth. "Please don't kill me." Bram studied her for a long moment, enjoying her fear. It was intoxicating. He would have continued to make her live in fear, but he had other plans. He needed her to do exactly as he told her. He stepped closer and locked his eyes on her. "You'll do anything?" She nodded as she looked at him. "Anything." He tilted his head as if to assess her. He narrowed his gaze and said, "Then you will go to your father and convince him to oppose Lucien." "What?" Maris was shocked. "You have to convince your father to accuse Lucien of using dark magic, magic that's forbidden, the kind only the High Council has the power to wield." "But Lucien doesn't." "I didn't say he does," Bram interrupted in a stormy voice. "I said that you have to convince your father he does. My spies say that his wife has survived the curse. How is that possible unless he has used dark magic?" "Auren is an ordinary Omega." Maris was horrified as she stared at Bram. He continued, "If your father believes it, we have the leverage we need to take him down. But your father should have in confidence at least 2 more alphas who will believe him and are ready to rally against Lucien. Once you do this, I'll free you. I promise, I wouldn't say anything to anyone. Your secret will remain a secret. Forever." Maris's mouth went dry. But this is dangerous, Bram. What if they don't believe me?" His lips curled into a cold smile. "Then you have to make them believe. And not only him, you have to get at least 2 more alphas on our side. If 4 alphas rally against Lucien, we can shatter him." Maris hesitated, her fear gnawing at her. She knew that there was no escape. If she didn't help Bram, he would reveal her infidelity to everyone. And if she helped him, there was no guarantee that he would keep his promise. She needed time to think about it, to counter his plans to take her down. For that, she nodded slowly. "I'll do it. I'll make them believe." Bram's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Good," he said. "Go to your father today. I need this done ASAP." She nodded, her face pale. She had no other choice. If she wanted to survive, she had to do this. "Okay," she said in a shaky voice. "But I have to tell you one thing, Bram. You're a bastard. If you think you will get Auren by whatever shenanigans you're playing, then know this, I won't let her come here." Bram shot her a deathly glare. He lifted his hand and slapped her hard across her cheek. She shrieked and fell on the floor with her hand on her cheek. "Fucking bitch," he growled. "You go around my back and cheat on me, and you have the audacity to tell me not to get my mate." He leaned in front of her. "Remember, this is your only chance. Fail, and you would lose your life. You've already made your bed, Maris. Now lie on it." His words were final. She felt suffocated, but she didn't have a choice. "Now get up and get ready. Your car will be waiting in an hour." Saying that, he left the room, his mind racing with the next steps of his plan. Once the seeds of doubt were planted, Lucien would have to face the consequences. But he had to do everything cleverly. He couldn't afford to rush, now that his plan was seeing the silver lining. Maris left in less than an hour. Later that day, when she sat with her father, her heart pounded in her chest. She told him everything, just as Bram had instructed. She accused Lucien, claiming that he used forbidden dark magic. Her father was shocked by the news. "That is horrifying," he said. "Really, how did that Omega survive the curse?" After hearing her out, he made the call to reach his allies. 2 of his allies were convinced, while the rest of them didn't want to mess with the Alpha of the North, so they refused outright. By the middle of the next week, as Maris stayed at her father's place, the Alphas came to meet them. They formed a strategy and demanded a meeting with Lucien. "I am calling Alpha Lucien," her father said. "If this is proved that Alpha Lucien has used forbidden magic, then we are seeing a heavy case on him. But in my opinion, the case at the High Council is going to take ages to reach a verdict. We should attack him." The Alphas agreed with him. When Maris sent this news to Bram, he chuckled. "Ask them to meet me here." Though Maris knew that had played her part, she wanted to know if Bram had kept her secret. She couldn't trust a viper like him. Third POV. Bram sat at his desk in the office. His mind was spinning with more plans and possibilities because his first plan was successful. It had been 2 weeks since Maris had gone to her father and convinced him personals. She did her part well to spread the word about Lucien's supposed use of dark magic. He knew that the seeds of doubt were planted, but he needed more. He had to do something which would force Lucien to be distracted. Only if Lucien focused on something else, it would create the opening he needed. With that in mind, he called Maris's father and said politely, "If possible, let's meet at your place instead of mine. Your ally alphas have packs closer to your pack." "Sure, son," his father-in-law replied. "You are very considerate." As Bram disconnected the call, he smirked. "Foolish, old bastard." The main reason for him to go to the Iron Pine Pack was that he had planned something sinister, and it had to be done quietly. No one could know what he was going to do next. It didn't matter if everyone knew what he was doing against Lucien, but his main plan had to stay hidden. Josh was already away on the borders of the Shadowfang Pack with a team of 5 wolves, away from his wife. He didn't want his beta to stick his nose in his plans. As he traveled to the Iron Pine Pack in his car, he stopped midway where he had to meet a few rogues. These were Maris's acquaintances. He chuckled. He didn't know that they would be so useful. The rogues were all hiding in the places he had asked. So as soon as he was in the middle of the forest, they came over to him. He handed them $50,000 and said, "You know what you have to do. Do it nicely and don't falter. Get everyone who you know to help you. I will send you more money." The rogues nodded. They took the money and disappeared into the forest. Bram watched them, leaning against his car. He had withdrawn his pack's treasury money, which was ultimately embezzlement, but he didn't care. As he made his way toward the Iron Pine Pack, the sky turned dark. He knew that the rogues would be close to the Shadowfang Pack by now. He was tense, wondering if this would work. It was a risky move, but it had to work. He had to divert Lucien's attention just long enough to make the rest of the alphas attack him, and then he would carry out his final blow. A smile spread on his lips. Maris came inside the room, and I had to stop my gag at her horrible smell. "I hope things are going according to your plan." "Yes," he replied. "Your father has called his allies. We will have a meeting soon." She nodded tightly. "You kept your promise, right? You didn't reveal my secret to anyone?" He gave her a hard look. "Of course, I haven't. Why would I? As long as you keep your side of the bargain, Maris." She swallowed hard. She pursed her lips and then went out. She knew that her marriage was on rocks. Where was Josh? Only if she could convince him of doing it. The meeting with the alphas took place in the evening. It was decided that they would attack Lucien in 4 days. Since he was a powerful alpha, and since they would be breaching the treaty, the attack had to be sudden. They had to take Lucien by surprise. After the meeting, Maris returned to the Crimson Howl Pack along with Bram. They didn't talk at all during the ride. However, as soon as they returned, Maris went to Hira. "I can't contact Josh. Do you know where he is?" she asked, panic rising in her chest. Hira whined. "Alpha has sent him to the borders to the Shadowfang Pack to monitor the activities there." "What?" Her heart skipped a beat. Did Bram want Josh to be killed in the attack? That fucking cunning bastard. She wouldn't let him kill Josh. "I have to contact him," she said, giving her a mobile. "Go to him and give it to him, and tell him to wait for my orders." "But Luna, this is risky," Hira rasped. "Just do what I've asked you to, okay? And be discreet, okay?" The mobile had a secret number which only she knew about. Hira nodded out of fear and left quickly. Lucien POV. "Some traders have arrived at the pack's main gate," Tarion informed. "Traders? What traders?" I asked as I changed Bradley's diaper. Tarion shrugged. "You know those gypsy kind of wolves. Their trucks are filled with supplies. They want to come inside the pack's territory." "No," I growled. "I wasn't going to let them enter my pack. They can go to hell. We don't need traders." Tarion chuckled. "They are saying that if you won't allow them to come in, can they sell their goods outside our pack's territory?" I finished wrapping the diaper around my son and lifted him in my arms. "Tarion," I said, "what is this nonsense? Ask them to buzz off." He laughed. "They are saying that they will be here for no more than a week. I have tried arguing with them, but they are saying that the Shadowfang Pack is the largest pack. Selling their goods here will help their families." I was cruel as hell. Would kill them at the drop of a hat if they posed a threat to my pack or my family, but I wasn't heartless. I sighed. "Okay, but I'd like to meet their leader. Get all their identity cards. The guards need to keep a watch on them at all times. Sure, Tarion said as he smiled. Where are they putting up? West border. Double the patrol that side for the coming week. Tarina nodded and left. I took Bradley back to the bedroom where Auren was sleeping with Tamara. My daughter was so lovely that I knew she would be a heartbreaker, but I wasn't going to let her marry some random wolf. Maybe I would hold a competition for her prospective grooms. I had to start preparing for the tests that I had to give them. From now onward, I placed Bradley in the cradle and went back to the office. Tarion was waiting with me out there along with a bunch of warriors. Okay, let's see these traitors, I said and sat in the jeep. Lucien POV. Along with Tarion and a few other gammas, I went to the place where the traitors were waiting for us. Their leader, a burly wolf with brown long hair, was pleasantly submissive. He showed me around his trade vans. There were families, women arranging food, and pups who played around like there was no tomorrow. A smile came to my lips when I saw how carefree they were. Some stopped to stare at us with fear in their eyes. I knew that look. These gypsy wolves were sweet souls. They meant no harm. They rose from one pack to another. They couldn't be categorized as rogues because they were former rogues who came together and got into this business model to sustain and live a better life. Okay, I breathed as I wore my sunglasses again. But you can camp only for a week. That is more than enough, Alpha, the leader said with a bow. We will clear after a week and you won't hear any complaints. We mean no harm, and we are just hoping to sell our wares to the local packs. Good, because if I hear a single complaint, I won't guarantee that my warriors won't attack. Pack members will keep watch, so stay outside the borders and we won't have a problem. The leader flinched at my threat, but he still bowed. I agree. The next day, I stood on the balcony as Auren and pups were sleeping inside. My life was so quiet these days that it felt surreal. But then why was it that my gut told me to be cautious? Probably I was overthinking. Inside, I heard Auren stirring as one of the pups woke up. I walked in, hoping to cuddle her back to sleep, but Tamara wanted to have her morning breakfast, and she looked at Auren from her cradle with interest. I chuckled as I picked her up. You're such a naughty girl, I chided her, placing her next to her mother. I opened Auren's gown and gently held Auren's breast and pushed the nipple in Tam's mouth. Immediately, she started suckling. I watched the two of them with so much love that it was overwhelming. I slid behind Auren and spooned her as she fed Tamara. Later in the day, I went to the office. As I was discussing finances with one of the council members, Tarion came in with an urgent look on his face. He gave me a letter from one of our allies. The council member got up, bowed to me, and left. Tarion perched on his chair. I opened the letter and its contents immediately caught my attention. What the fuck? The letter was from one of our allied packs. It said that a few alphas were going to go against me about my curse. It sent a sharp jolt through me. And these fucking alphas were my allies. So they were breaching the treaty. Find out who they are, I growled, tossing the letter toward Tarion. I will fucking smash their heads before they can blink. The letter claims that you used dark forbidden magic to break the curse and that the High Council needs to intervene, Tarion rasped. The fucking audacity! My fists tightened, my jaw clenching. Who could have started this rumor? I stood up, frustration rising within me. They are using the curse against me, claiming that they used dark magic to break it. They want to start a fresh stir amongst the alphas in order to challenge my authority. We can strike them first, Tarion replied, his brows furrowed. We can move quickly and hit them before they have time to rally the other packs. No, I shook my head. This letter doesn't say who all are against me, so it would be wrong to strike without a reason. Unless they give us a reason to provoke, we wait. Let them come to us. I'll deal with it when the time comes. I turned to face him. But find out who all are involved. Send your spies. Go to meet this alpha and ask about his resources. Tarion didn't argue. He knew that rash action could lead to a useless war. We had to play it carefully. By the time it was evening, I was restless. Sitting at my desk, I tapped my fingers on the surface. My mind was finding ways to counter the threat. The first thing that came to my mind was to write a letter to the High Council. The words came easily. Everyone knew about the curse, so I explained how the curse was broken, how the bond between me and Auren created the right conditions, and how it was the birth of pups that finally lifted the curse. There was no dark magic involved. The High Council had elders from my pack as well in the past, and so they were well versed with the curse and shadow wolves. I sent the letter off, my mind anxious if the High Council would believe in me. But the response from the council came faster than I expected. The letter arrived in 2 days. The letter began, "It's not for us to look into it. We have no reason to interfere with your personal matters. Congratulations on lifting your curse. We were aware of the events, and no further action is required. As for your query regarding other alphas accusing you of using forbidden magic, we know that you haven't. Our witches immediately come to know where forbidden magic is used. They've known about the shadow wolves for centuries, and that magic is beyond them. Even they were afraid to face it. So we know that you haven't used dark magic because it can't counter a curse so ancient." A shudder of exhilaration went through me. The High Council knew. They hadn't interfered and made it clear that it wasn't their problem. My lips curled up. Now the rebel alphas could come and I will unleash my wrath upon them. That night my warriors sounded urgent when they reported me. Presence of enemy wolves was detected. It felt like they were coming closer. Auren POV. It was a peaceful morning. One of those rare moments when everything felt calm, like the world outside hadn't caught fire. I chuckled as I hummed a song and covered my pups with a blanket. They both were asleep, their tiny bodies curled up in their bassinets. "I feel like we should have more babies," he whispered as he slipped beside me and pulled me over his chest. "No," I hummed and closed my eyes, drifting off to sleep almost immediately. I looked at Lucien, who was also sleeping, snoring a little. When I went to place a kiss on his forehead, he stirred awake. He grabbed me by my waist and pulled me over him. "Mr. Vaslov, no more sex," I playfully smacked him. "Killjoy," he grunted and crashed his mouth on mine. Had he not broken the kiss, I would have given up and probably rode him all over again. But there was something wrong. I could sense it through our bond. "Lucien?" I said, brushing his hair from his forehead. "What happened, baby?" He stared into my eyes and a second later turned his head away. "Nothing." I cupped his cheeks and made him look my way. "Tell me." His eyes met mine, a hint of irritation flashing in his gaze. "Some alphas have grouped together and they are accusing me of using forbidden magic to break the curse." "What the hell?" I was shocked. "Which alphas?" "I don't know," he said, "but nothing to worry about. I have the situation under control." I got up and glared at him. "I'm your wife, not a child, so don't give me that, Lucien." He sighed. "I contacted the High Council and they said that they knew about breaking the curse. At least I am covered there, just in case these alphas decide to go there." "Well, this is just fantastic," I muttered under my breath. "Who the hell are these alphas? Do they think that you have a magic wand tucked under pillow? Dark forbidden magic? Really?" He grunted in annoyance, his hand running through his hair. "I've sent my spies to find out who they are, but that's not all. My warriors detected the presence of enemy wolves in the east border, so I am guessing that whoever these alphas are, they are already on the move." "Goddess!" I rasped. "I feel I will go insane chasing ghosts all the time," he muttered, running a hand down his face. "I'm getting tired of the constant issues about my family. Every fucking time I think things are settling down, something like this happens. I will just put an end to this nonsense once and for all, the moment I come to know about the rebel alphas." My heart sank at the sadness that rippled off him. I lowered my face and kissed his lips. "Well then, how about a little distraction?" His expression softened. "A distraction, huh? What did you have in mind?" Before I could answer, there was a loud cry from one of the bassinets. Bradley had woken up. He reached out his tiny hands, demanding his lunch. I sighed and went to pick him up. "That's all I have become, breakfast, lunch, and dinner." As I brought him back and gave him my breast, Lucien chuckled. "I can also become your breakfast, lunch, and dinner." I narrowed my eyes on him. "Shut up," I smacked him right across his chest. "Goddess, you are so shameless." His laughter roared in the room, but he sat behind me, his arms curling around my waist as he watched me feeding Bradley with his chin resting on my shoulder. "You look beautiful," he whispered. "I think I should wean them now," I said. "What?" "No," he growled in protest. My pups will have your milk until they turn 1, and then more if they want it. You're mad, I deadpanned. Nope, I'm in love. I'm planning to move them to their nurseries that you had so meticulously created for them. He raised an eyebrow. They are fine right where they are, Auren. Why would we move them? Because they are 6 months old, Lucien. It's time we give them their space. They need to start developing their own routines. He shook his head. No, I am in no rush to part with my pups. Lucien, they are not fragile. You have to. They aren't going anywhere. Yes, at some point, they'll have their own room, but not now. You're a big softy, I rolled my eyes. You would have them sleep in our bed until they are 10 if I let you. He chuckled. Before he could reply, there was a knock at the door. I guess Vivi is here with breakfast, I sighed. After Lucien left, I decided to finally go and see the gypsy wolves. I had been procrastinating. I wanted to take Tamara, but she was cranky, so I took Brad with me. Lucien knew about my travel plans. When I walked to the car, I saw a bunch of his warriors in 2 cars to follow us. When we reached the gathering spot outside the pack, I saw that a large number of our pack members were there. Laughter, loud brawls, grunts, and cheers echoed across the field. I couldn't help but smile as I stepped into the place, clutching Bradley in my arms. Immediately, the warriors surrounded us. They glared at anyone who tried to come to me. I must have walked only a few meters when a group of young pups rushed over, their face full of excitement. Brad's eyes widened as he saw them. I allowed them to come near us. They cooed and made faces to get his attention. In response, Bradley giggled, reaching out for one and grabbing his hair. The gypsy children laughed, fascinated by us. From the periphery of my vision, I saw their leader, who immediately bowed. It was an afternoon well spent, and I wished I had got Tamara, but maybe another time. The gypsy wolves were going to leave in 2 days. When we arrived home, everything was usual. However, when Lucien didn't return at 10 p.m., I became worried. I called him, but he didn't pick up his phone. So I called Terrian. Where is he? I asked. Luna, stay alert. We found 5 enemy wolves closing in. He has gone to tackle them. Third POV. Maris was pacing her room back and forth. Her mind was racing with the weight of what Bram had made her do, and also that he had sent Josh to the borders of the Shadowfang pack. She knew why Bram had done it. He wanted to kill Josh because what was the point of sending him with only 5 wolves? What would he achieve with such fewer wolves? Would they attack the Shadowfang warriors? Or would they spy on them? No. The main purpose was that Bram wanted to kill Josh. If she didn't act soon, she would lose everything. She would lose Josh. He was the only wolf who made her feel intimate. She had sacrificed so much for Bram, but he treated her like scum. She had sent Heir to give a cell phone to Josh. It was evening, and she was sure that Josh had the phone with him by now. Without a second thought, she rushed to a secluded space in the garden outside, and with her fingers shaking, she dialed the number. The phone rang once, twice, and on the 3rd ring, Josh picked it up. Maris, what's going on? His voice crackled, laced with worry. Josh, listen to me, she urged. You need to come back. Now. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. She could feel his hesitation through the silence. But how could she blame him? She was asking him to do something dangerous. If Bram came to know what she was doing, he would never spare Josh for betraying him. But she didn't have a choice because the situation was spiraling out of control, and she had to take a stand. I don't know if I can, Maris, Josh finally replied in a tense voice. Bram's not the type to let me walk away if I come back. He will throw me in the dungeons. I know, she said quickly, glancing around, but here's the plan. She lowered her voice further and said, ever since Auren rejected him, he has become weak. His wolf has left him. He is wolf-less. I already told you. He is not as strong as he pretends to be. He can be beaten. There was a shocking pause. His voice dropped. He said, You're asking me to challenge him? She took a deep breath as she tipped her head up. I'm asking you to take control of the chaos going on here. You should take what is rightfully yours, and with a wolfless alpha, the Crimson Howl pack is headless. Prove to the pack, prove to everyone that you're stronger than Bram. This pack needs you, baby. Just come. There was a long silence again in which she felt that he wouldn't agree. He sighed in resignation. You're right, he muttered. But when I defeat him, will you marry me? Yes, I will, she said softly. This was what she wanted. Come home soon. I'll be there as soon as possible, hopefully by tomorrow morning. With a triumphant smile, she disconnected the call. She glanced around and then quickly walked inside the house, little knowing that Bram had heard her. He had followed her, his lips curled up in disgust. Josh had to die soon, but even if he didn't, his plans were intact. Josh was standing at the outskirts of the Shadowfang territory. After talking to Maris, he felt better. With only 5 wolves with him, he knew that Bram had sent him in a death trap. But he couldn't argue because as the alpha of the pack, Bram could throw him in the dungeons at the drop of a hat. He was going to return to the Crimson Howl pack, challenge Bram, and then kill him. After that, he would ascend to the position of alpha and marry Maris. A thrill ran through his body at the thought. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the Shadowfang warriors attacked them. "These are the spies we got information about," said one of them. Josh froze. How did they come to know so fast? He heard heavy footsteps of the warriors approaching them. "Fuck," he rasped as he looked around. His wolves were just as terrified as he was. "What do we do?" asked one of his wolves. "We fight back," he commanded. The Shadowfang warriors descended on them. Josh stepped back as his wolves fell into defensive formation. The enemy warriors struck them, but Josh knew what was best. He carefully stepped further back, watching them fight with his wolves. They were outnumbered, and so defeat was evident. But if he sacrificed those wolves for his sake, he would become the alpha. So he turned as his wolves fought with the Shadowfang warriors and fled. He shifted into his wolf and kept running even as he heard battle cries behind him. Bram chuckled as he watched Maris having her dinner nervously. She would look at the door every now and then. "Are you waiting for someone?" he asked casually. "No," she blurted. He leaned back in his chair. He knew that Josh was headed here to challenge him, but before that, his plan was all set. His ally alphas were already positioned. He was going to go to them and order the first wave of attack. Josh was nothing but a fool, stubborn ass who thought that he was controlling it. But in reality, it was Bram who was controlling the situation. His end purpose was near, and he couldn't make mistakes. "Then eat your dinner, Maris," he said. Then he wiped his face with a napkin, stood up and walked out. Just before leaving, he said, "It was nice with you until it wasn't." Then he closed the main door behind him, slamming it shut. Before Josh would challenge him, he would be in the Shadowfang pack. He veered to the left toward the place where his warriors were gathered. "Let's go," he ordered them. On his command, some shifted into their wolves while some remained at his side. He got in a jeep with 3 guards, and they all headed to the south of the Shadowfang pack where his allies were waiting. He smirked. Lucien was going to be confused as hell. In the east, he would think that there were more spies, so some of his warriors would be busy there. In the west, the traitors were there, who acted on Bram's orders. In the south, he would attack with his allies. Mayhem would follow, and he would take advantage of it. Third POV. While they were zipping through the forest toward Shadowfang, he saw a blur of movement. It was a brown wolf heading back to Crimson Howl. That was Josh. Bram couldn't help laughing. While Josh thought he was going to challenge Bram, he was actually going there for nothing. He thought that Josh would stop, but he was actually running with his tail between his legs. It seemed that he abandoned his warriors and was returning home after the attack. How perfect for Maris. As he neared the spot where all other alphas were waiting, he commanded his wolves to take positions. Then he met all of the alphas and said it was time. He had distracted Lucien from all points, and they could strike him. He said that some of them were chasing Josh, some were going to suspect the traitors on the west, while the remaining would confront them. The alphas were impressed by his tactics, not knowing his real plan. Their attack was not taken by surprise because Lucien had increased patrol on every side of the border. Bram hated how well prepared Lucien was all the time, but even he was prepared. The alphas attacked together along with his wolves. He was with the alpha, but as they advanced, he slowly stepped back. When he was pretty far away from them, he heard distant cries of the warriors. He was never interested in the fight. All that he needed was the warriors to be distracted as he carried out his next plan. Like a shadow, he moved swiftly through the underbrush and slipped past the defenses of Shadowfang. With calculated moves and a focused mind, he silently moved toward his destination. The chaos outside provided him the perfect cover. Every wolf in the pack was fighting the enemy wolves. Just before coming here, he had asked the traitors to disappear, and when they disappeared, just as he predicted, a chunk of Lucien's warriors went after them. It was too good of an opportunity to waste. His destination was clear. His purpose was clear. Auren and her pups. If he was able to pluck one of them out of the equation, the rest would be easy. Determined, he pulled the strap of his bag closer to his chest as he checked his loaded gun that he had slid on the back of his waist. His lips curled into a cold smile as he neared the main house. He knew that she would be in the bedroom. Lucien must have instructed her to stay in the house with the pups. The last she would be expecting was him, especially not with the battle raging outside. He slowly came to stand below the balcony of her bedroom. It would be suicidal to go through the main door because there were some guards. Lucien was smart. He still stationed some guards around his house to protect his family. He looked up and climbed the pipe near it and jumped onto the rain on the balcony. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, feeling excited. Then he opened the balcony door to the bedroom and slipped inside. Auren knelt beside the bassinet, humming softly to Bradley. Auren POV. My mind was in 1,000 places. Lucien had asked me to stay in the house. The attack was from Bram and his allies. The bastard couldn't sit quiet even after so much humiliation. It was as if he had made it his mission to disrupt my peace. I had asked Lucien to kill him once and for all, or if not, he would bring him to our pack and throw him in the dungeons forever. I had asked Vivi to bring me hot soup after I had fed Tamara. She was already sleeping peacefully. Then I had taken Brad and fed him. Once he was asleep, I placed him in his cradle. I was humming a soft lullaby when I felt a shift in the air. I tensed, my instincts flaring. I could smell him before I saw him. It was the scent of Bram. I stood up and spun on my heels, and there he was, standing in the doorway, his eyes gleaming with cold satisfaction. Auren, he said in a low voice as he stepped inside. It's been a long time. My heart pounded and I opened my mind link with Lucien. Lucien, I called him. Auren? He shouted back. Where are you? Bram is here. The fuck? He sounded shocked. I'm on my way. But I knew that he was at least an hour away. What are you doing here? I asked, shock and terror warring inside me. How did he come here? Nothing made sense. Wasn't he supposed to fight Lucien? He walked slowly, his eyes darting to Tamara and Bradley. Such lovely pups, he murmured. Get out! I growled, my voice filled with a menacing tone. He chuckled as he raised his hands in mock surrender. I'm not here to fight you, Auren. My muscles coiled in tension, and I stood between him and the pups. I was going to protect them with my life. I opened my mind link with Vivi. Come quickly. His gaze darted toward Tamara as his nostrils flared. He inhaled my scent, and his eyes gleamed. Only your scent calms my nerves, Auren. Anyway, I'm just here to talk. I didn't trust him for a second. Talk? With you? You are nothing but a viper. Get out, you've crossed the line by coming here. Why did he have a backpack with him? He smiled, stepping closer. His gaze flicked to where Tamara slept, oblivious of the danger. I'm just offering you to make things right, he said. In a flash of a second, his hand went to his back from where he produced a gun. My heart stopped. What are you doing? I asked, petrified. Leave. Now, before Lucien comes here. Oh, he won't come here soon, he said, licking his lips. You see, I have ensured that he is busy fighting. He brought his gun to point at me. Now move, he growled. Are you mad? I shouted at him. What are you doing? I don't want to kill you, Auren, he snarled. I will make you suffer for your life, the way you made me suffer. Bram, I shouted. Don't. Just then the door opened and Vivi came inside. She froze. Luna, she whimpered. Vivi, call the guards, I shouted. But Vivi lunged at Bram. Bram easily dodged her and she fell in front of Tamara's crib. You fucking wench, she shouted. She got up and in a frenzy, she picked up Tamara, shouting, Help! Help! Bram's eyes widened as he got confused. Taking advantage, I picked up Bradley and dashed out to the door to raise the alarm. The guards came rushing in. However, just as I was about to go down, I heard a gunshot. No! I shouted, fearing the worst. With Bradley in my arms, I darted upstairs only to find that Vivi was lying in a pool of blood with a gaping hole in her belly, and Tamara was nowhere. The balcony door was wide open. My heart stopped. Time seemed to slow as I reached for Vivi. "No, the bullet," she said in a frail voice. "Poison," and then her lips turned blue within seconds. The warriors entered. I lunged forward toward the balcony. "He has taken Tamara," I shouted at them. "Get him!" The warriors rushed after him, shifting into their wolves. Third POV. Bram focused his sharp eyes as he scanned the Shadowfang perimeter where he had run to in the north. He had cradled Tamara close to him. The pup was crying constantly, and he was getting impatient. She was so small and so vulnerable that it was a perfect leverage. He was going to take her to his hiding place in the human town, and then trade her with Auren. Simple. He had nothing to do with the pups. Lucien could keep them. As long as Bram was concerned, it was a fantastic idea, a win-win situation. He knew that the Shadowfang warriors were scattered. Most of them were focused on the southern border, fighting off the Alphas who had launched their attack. He smirked at how easily he fooled the Alphas. They were all fighting for him for his selfish reasons, which they didn't know. It was the perfect distraction. He noticed that there were a few patrolling guards here and there in the north. He could use that. With a deep breath, he cooed the little pup, who became distracted, and then gave her a pacifier. Distressed, she took it immediately and became calm. He shifted silently on his feet, moving like a ghost. His mind was calculating, plotting on how to get out. He took out scent-masking herb from a small pouch in his slacks, crushed it in his palm, and rubbed it against his clothes and a little over Tamara. The powerful scent immediately his and Tamara's scent, blending it with the natural smells of the forest. Even if a warrior passed near, he would go undetected. He crossed the territory and started running as fast as he could, holding Tamara close to him. Her smell, though mingled with Lucien's, soothed him a lot because it also carried Auren's scent. He didn't care what would happen after Auren came to him for her pup's sake, but he was going to take her away and hide her forever. And she would be only for him. He came across a stream, a place he knew well. He moved swiftly, keeping low. He followed the stream down. The rush of the water kept her soft cries muffled. He came across a narrow bend of the stream, crossed it, and moved as fast as possible into the forest. Luckily, he didn't come across any of the warriors. He stayed hidden under thick foliage for a few minutes, scanning, listening carefully. Though he could hear occasional cries of the battle, there were no warriors on patrol this far into the northern side. It was beginning to get darker. Since he couldn't shift into his wolf, he knew he had to spend the night in a safe place. He kept moving until he came across a path that he remembered, and which led to a secluded cave. Tamara had begun crying again. "Can you stay quiet?" he growled. He knew the pup was hungry. He had a milk formula ready for her to drink, but for that he needed to go to the cave. His hand tightened around Tamara as he moved. The only sound in the dark of the night was the crunch of leaves underfoot. The human town was only a few hours away, but he was going to wait before going there because he knew that Lucien would have already sent his warriors to that side. Finally, he reached his hideout for the night. A perfect little cave. Carefully, he walked inside, checking for the beasts if any. There were none. The pup was growing restless. He checked on her, her tiny form in his arms, and she looked tired. He sat down on the floor, resting his head against the wall. He didn't have the time to rest for now. He took out the baby formula from his bag. Adding water, he made the milk out of it and then gave it to Tamara in a bottle he had bought. She took it greedily. As he fed her, he tipped his head up, resting it against the wall. And then he allowed himself a moment to breathe. Closing his eyes, he just imagined one thing, to be with Auren again. He had no use of the pup. She was his liability only until Auren was his again. Even though he knew that he couldn't afford to relax, sleep overcame fast. As soon as Tamara finished her bottle, he made her lie next to him and covered her with blankets. "Tomorrow," he murmured before he went off to sleep. At night, he couldn't sleep well. He checked his gun and the bullets in it. They were all poisoned. Since he couldn't get silver bullets because they were banned in the market, he poisoned the ones he got using every poisoned herb he could get hold of. That was why Vivi died quickly. The mix of poison spread in the body with rapid speed, giving instant heart attacks. A soft cry echoing through the cave woke him up. He got up groggily, wondering what happened. The morning light stretched inside the cave, illuminating it. Then with a sigh, he shifted, gathering the baby into his arms. He made another milk formula for her and fed her, holding gently as she drank it greedily. As he held her, he couldn't help smiling. What if the pup was his? He chuckled, brushing her soft hair. Then he inhaled her scent, but his nose crinkled. "You've made a mess, little wolf," he said, and went on to change her soiled diapers, removing her bottle. The pup was just like her mother, with golden hair and gray eyes. With one tiny hand, she held his pinky finger and he froze. He felt weak, but he couldn't allow the moment of weakness. He focused on his end game and steeled himself. If Tamara could bring him so much calmness, imagine how life would be if Auren would be with him. Once she was content, he set out, determined to reach the human town. However, as he neared the town, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps and ferocious growls behind him. He turned, only to find himself facing Magnus, the alpha of the bear shifters, and 5 of his warriors. Bram clutched Tamara to his chest, blood draining from his face. His eyes went to a little boy beside him, who watched Tamara with wide eyes. The standoff was inevitable. "Where are you taking the little pup?" Magnus growled, his muscles bulging. Third POV. 2 hours ago. "I don't want to go back." 10-year-old Matt whined as he looked at his uncle. His uncle Magnus was his favorite and his mother's brother. He had come to spend his vacation with his uncle. In his pack, he was away from the constant nagging of his mother and father, who were Alpha and Luna of another bear shifter pack. Over the last year, the infrastructure of bear shifter packs had improved a lot. Matt loved staying with his uncle because he was a witty bear with a big heart. That being said, Magnus was a ferocious alpha. Magnus chuckled as he tousled Matt's dark hair. He looked in the same blue eyes as his and said, "Your school will reopen. You can come back in summer." Matt pouted, crossing his arms across his chest. "I want to stay with you, Uncle." Magnus couldn't help but lift him from the ground and held him in his arms. "You are going to become the alpha of your pack one day. There's a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. For that, you better study well and train well." The little boy sighed. "When can I see you again?" "I'll come to meet you in 2 months." "Promise?" "Promise," Magnus laughed. He loved his little nephew. He was so beautiful and strong that he wondered what he would be like as an alpha. He was really proud of Matt. They started in the morning, all packed in his jeep. There were 3 warriors along with him. As the jeep traversed through the forest, Magnus glanced at Matt time and again and found how he was staring and listening to nature. "I wish you could shift, Uncle Magnus," he said. "I love riding your fat back." "I'm not fat," Magnus growled. "Just a little poofy." "Yeah, sure," Matt laughed. His warriors also guffawed at the joke. Magnus shot them a glare, silencing them. The atmosphere in the forest seemed calm, yet Magnus felt a tinge of unease. He didn't know what it was, but it was at the edge of his senses. Suddenly, he saw a flicker of movement. He brought the jeep to a sudden halt. "What's wrong?" a warrior asked. Magnus got down, raised a hand, signaling others to stay quiet. They immediately paused, but Matt grew restless. The quiet rustle of leaves seemed louder now. Magnus scanned the area, listening to anything unusual, and then he heard it, a faint sound, like something was moving. His eyes flicked toward the path ahead of them, where the trees thinned a little. "Something's not right," he murmured. Matt sensed the shift in the air. "What is it, Uncle?" He didn't answer immediately. The movement grew closer. His senses flared. "There!" he growled in a low, dangerous voice. He detected a familiar scent, Bram. What was the wolf doing in this part of the forest? He was moving swiftly through the forest, with a small bundle hidden in his arms. At first, Magnus didn't pay much heed, because he wasn't going to confront a werewolf, but when a cry rose from the bundle, he knew that it was a baby. His suspicions rose when he noticed how Bram was carrying the child with urgency. There was something wrong. He stepped forward as he inhaled deeply. The scent of the pup hit him, Lucien's pup. "Fuck!" His stomach twisted, and on instinct he knew that Bram had stolen her. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning, anger blasting in his chest. He had to save the pup. Considering that Bram was alone, it would be easy. He whipped his head toward Matt. "Stay here. Is that clear?" Matt nodded. He indicated his warriors to shift and follow Bram. They got close to him, and when they were only a few meters away, he let out a warning growl. Bram froze for a moment. He looked over his shoulder and his eyes widened. "Where are you taking the little pup?" His muscles bulged. "Hand her over." Bram's expression turned cold. "I don't think so, Magnus," he replied, his eyes darting to his warriors. Magnus stepped closer. "Give her back, Alpha Bram. Lucien won't like it if he knows you have kidnapped her." Bram chuckled darkly. "Lucien already knows, so back off before I kill you." Magnus only stepped forward. "Don't do this. You don't understand, Magnus. This is far beyond your piss-poor chance to stop me. I won't let anyone stand in my way." The tension between all of them grew thicker with every passing second. Magnus could feel his bear clawing to get out, but if he moved too hastily, he could risk the child's safety. Taking advantage of his hesitation, Bram moved back, but Magnus quickly moved behind him, positioning himself in a way that he plugged his escape route. "You'll never get away from me," Magnus growled. "Give the pup back, and I'll let you leave without a fight." Bram's eyes flickered with irritation. "No, Magnus, you step back." When Magnus didn't move, Bram made a sudden, sharp movement, ready to run. But his warriors were already in motion. They blocked Bram's path. "Hand the pup to me," Magnus shouted. Bram gritted his teeth, his fingers grazing the gun holstered at his side. "Don't blame me for what happens next," he growled. A warrior lunged forward to seize the baby from Bram's arms, but it was too late. He pulled the gun from its holster with lightning speed, his fingers on the trigger. The first shot rang out. The warrior roared in pain as the bullet hit him, and he slumped to the ground, his limbs capsizing. "Fuck!" Magnus roared. He lunged at Bram, shifting midair in his bear. Another shot rang through the air, hitting Magnus in his shoulder. He didn't go down. Instead, he charged at Bram with full speed. Bram fired again, striking Magnus. However, the remaining two warriors came closer and snatched the pup from him. With a frustrated growl, Bram shot at them. The baby rolled on the ground, crying loudly. He was about to pick Tamara when all at once he saw claws through his neck. Bram's eyes widened as blood spurted out of his mouth. He staggered on his feet and then collapsed, a heavy weight falling on him and burying him to the ground. Bram's vision turned blurry as death descended. Through his blurry eyes, he saw the little boy rushing to pick up the pup. He ran toward them, crying. And then darkness surrounded. Matt cried loudly as he clutched the pup in his arms. "Uncle Magnus," he rasped as he came near him. With every last bit of energy left in him, Magnus killed Bram to protect Tamara. This was how he paid back Alpha Lucien for all he did for him and his pack members. He was now slumped over Bram's body in his human form. "Uncle Magnus," Matt cried. Magnus opened his eyes lightly. "Luke, protect her. Promise." And then he was gone. "Uncle!" Matt shouted as he watched the scene unfold in front of him in stunned silence. The pup in his arms began crying. He couldn't understand it. Why had his uncle died protecting a pup he didn't know, a baby he didn't recognize? But Magnus had asked him to protect her. Confusion swirled in his chest along with grief. His favorite uncle died. He looked at the baby. Hatred swelled inside him. He had to protect the baby because of whom his uncle died. Matt POV, my mind was numb. The forest was too quiet and I felt like I could puke. I wanted to puke and go to Mom and Dad. Uncle Magnus lay dead in front of me, his lips and body turning blue fast. Cries of the little baby echoed in the forest, mingling with my own. "Uncle." I sobbed hard. I couldn't help thinking that my Uncle Magnus had been killed. He was shot dead and he was lying in the forest, covered in blood, and all because of me and her, Tam. I had no idea who she was, or why my uncle had protected her so fiercely with his life. All I knew was that he died, and he told me to protect her, made me promise to protect her. I wanted to go back to Mommy and Daddy and leave her like this, alone, helpless. The beasts could have her. I wanted to break my promise because she was the main reason why Uncle was killed. But here I was, walking through the woods with Tam. She was a heavy pup. It was difficult to carry her in my arms. So I made a sling of Uncle's shirt and tied her to my back, making sure that she was safe. She was so small that if I didn't keep her close to me, she could get cold soon and die. As soon as Tam was on my back, she stopped crying miraculously. and that was good because it didn't attract the attention of the wild beasts. Before the night fell, I had to reach my pack. I had been through this path many times, so I remembered it. At first, I thought I should go back to Uncle's pack, but I just wanted to go to Mommy. Mommy, Daddy, I sobbed. I wasn't even sure if I was doing the right thing. Why did my uncle care so much about her? Just thinking this made me mad. He was the alpha of the bears, and he died for this pup, a pup that I had no idea about. The forest was alive, full of sounds. My heart raced as I heard the occasional rustle of something big moving in the distance. I knew that the forest was home to not just wild animals, but wild beasts as well. I kept looking over my shoulder, making sure that no one was following me. Sometimes when an overhead branch would come in my way, I would duck immediately, and the damn pup would giggle. She was playing with my hair all the time, grabbing and eating them. Sometimes her tiny fingers would tickle the skin of my neck. Had I been in my uncle's Jeep, I would have reached my pack in less than 2 hours, but now I didn't know how far I had to go to reach it. But I knew I had to get there. I moved carefully, stepping over the fallen branches. Every now and then I would glance at Tam, who was clutching onto my shirt tightly. All I wanted was to give her to my mom and get rid of her. Images of my uncle fighting with that man flooded my mind. More tears came out. It became difficult to walk as my breath turned shallow. I stopped and leaned on a tree with my arms and started crying again. I expected Tam to throw a fit and cry again, but she was surprisingly silent. When I looked over my shoulder, I found her watching me with her gray eyes, her curly golden hair framing her face wildly. "Gaga," she said as if offering her words of sympathy, before putting her thumb in her mouth. I shook my head, wiped my tears, and continued walking. After a while, I reached a small clearing. Though I recognized the area, my instincts told me something was wrong. I slowed down and crouched. In the distance, I saw a group of 5 rogues. All were drinking and looked intoxicated. They were wild, intoxicated, and dangerous. "Stay quiet, Tam," I whispered. "I think these are rogues." But I guess she had fallen asleep because there was no movement. I quietly backed up and moved into a thicker bush to hide. I stayed there for what felt like hours until the last of the rogues flattened out on the ground. Eventually, I got out and ran past them as fast as possible. None of them stirred, thankfully. The sun was high up in the sky when I reached the edge of my pack's territory. Relief flooded over me as I realized that I was close to safety. My heart pounded as a fresh wave of tears assaulted me. My stomach twisted with worry. I felt like stopping and puking, but I had to keep moving to reach my parents. Finally, when I saw my parents' house, I ran inside. "Mommy, Daddy!" I shouted, surprising Tam. She got up with a jerk and began crying. My mom, Shayla, came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Her eyes widened in shock. "Matt, what are you?" Her eyes went to Tam, who was now crying incessantly. "Take her off me," I shouted. My mom came to my aid immediately and took Tam from me. She cradled her in her arms, looking stunned as hell. "Where's Magnus? Who is this baby?" Daddy came out then. I just threw myself at him and curled my arms around his waist, and then I couldn't stop myself. I sobbed hard. In a shaky voice, I said, "Uncle Magnus he's gone. He told me to protect her." I had no words left. My chest was tight and I felt like I might explode from all the emotions that had built inside me. My father lifted me in his arms as he looked at Tam and me in shock. Then he took me to the sofa and cradled me. "Tell me everything, pup." I narrated everything to them. How my uncle fought, how that man shot him with bullets, and then how Uncle killed him. "I don't know who she is, but her name is Tam Oluk. Uncle Magnus said that's her name." I remembered the way Uncle had whispered it to me. Maybe the man was a hunter, my father mused. This pup could be a shifter baby. Sometimes hunters steal shifter pups for experiments. A shudder ran down my body. Mom's eyes had thick tears as she gently rocked Tam in her arms. "You did the right thing, Matt." I shook my head vehemently. "I hate her. My uncle died because of her. Return her to her pack. I don't want to see her." Daddy placed his hand on my shoulder. "I'll send my feelers to see if any bear pack is missing their pup." Then he looked at Mom. "You may want to go to your brother's pack. I'll call the council members and tell them about this unfortunate incident." I stayed away from Tam the whole day, even as I itched to see how she was doing. I don't know why I wanted to see her, but I restrained myself, knowing that it was my hatred. Later in the night, Mom came to Daddy from the kitchen with a worried look on her face. "Teddy, there's chaos in Magnus's pack. Some of the bears are fighting to take his position." "What the fuck?" Father shouted. "Magnus has just died. Have they even brought his body back?" Mom cried. "No," she muttered. "Matt POV. "This is outrageous," Father roared. "How dare they disrespect Magnus?" Mom was crying hard. "What do I do, Teddy?" she asked. My father gathered her in his arms and kissed her temple. "Don't worry, Shayla," he said to her in a soothing voice. "I'm going there tonight." "I'm scared," she sobbed. I couldn't imagine her grief. Not only was her brother dead, she was going to send her husband to a pack that was now rife with mayhem. "Stay here with the pups," he instructed her. "Only come when I ask you to. You be careful, love," she whispered. My father didn't waste any moment. Along with his warriors, he rode to my uncle's pack that night. He also ordered his people to bring Uncle Magnus's body to our pack, where he kept it in the morgue. I didn't know what happened after that, but in 2 days he didn't return. My hatred for Tam only increased. While she was playfully having milk in her cradle, my father was in a battle he shouldn't have been in. Had my uncle not taken me back that day, had he not met that man, and had Tam not been with him, things would have been so different, right? I think God's played with us. Once when I was 6, I watched a puppet show in which a puppeteer was moving the dolls with threads tied to them. That's what God's did to us. My anxiety increased on the second day when Daddy didn't return. Mom was talking to some people and she was outside in the porch. I sneaked a peek where Tam was. She was playing with a toy, eating it to be exact, and kicking her feet up in the air. Slowly I approached her, hating her, wondering how she could be oblivious to all the misery that consumed our lives. Because of her, everything was out of control. She looked at me with her gray eyes, removing the toy from her mouth. Her eyes focused on me as if she remembered who I was. "Remember me, little Tam," I whispered. "For if you don't leave this pack, I will become your greatest tormentor." She giggled and extended her hand. I wanted to swat away that tiny hand, but the moment I brought it near her, she caught my pinky finger. I clenched my teeth and immediately removed my finger from her clutches. She giggled again and went on to eat her toy. When I came out in the porch, my mom looked happy, even though she was crying. "Your father," she said, "he has won the war, and now he is the alpha of Magnus's pack also." "Really?" I said, shocked. My mom nodded and cried. She hugged me tightly. "He has won. He is alive." I couldn't help but hug my mother tightly, relieved that my father had won. Along with me, Mother rode to Uncle's pack to be with Father. She didn't take Tam with her, leaving her in care of a nanny. My father was named as the undisputed alpha of both the packs in the ceremony. I heard that many of the previous warriors who rebelled were killed. Daddy ordered the warriors to bring Uncle's body from our pack. He gave him the funeral he deserved, burning him in his pack. The moment was filled with heartbreaks. He was my favorite uncle, and I vowed that I would make Tam's life miserable for all that she did to us. When my father returned to our pack, he sent word to other bear shifter packs, trying to find out who Tamara was. But we waited for weeks and received no answers. No one seemed to know who she belonged to. Auren POV. The days seemed to stretch endlessly. Every moment reminded me that the world was slipping away from my grasp. Tamara was gone. I failed to protect my pup. The guilt gnawed my soul with so much ferocity that I felt suffocated. My eyes went to the crib that was now empty, the space where Tamara once slept and played. Bradley was sleeping peacefully, and I just couldn't think what was happening to my little girl. My hands trembled as I reached out to touch her soft blanket. I picked up the blanket, smelled it as tears streamed down my eyes. Closing my eyes, I let out a shaky breath. "Where are you, Tammy?" I had to believe that she was alive, else I would lose my mind. The thought of something happening to her was more than I could bear. Everything in the house felt suffocating. I turned and glanced at the window, where the rain fell in sheets. It looked like the goddess was mourning because ever since her disappearance, it had been raining incessantly. My gaze went to a figure crossing the garden and coming toward the house. Lucien. Ever since Tammy's disappearance, he had been distant. I knew that he felt like he couldn't protect us. I didn't know if I could blame him or not, but I didn't want to talk to him. He was drenched, the rain soaking him completely, yet through it, I could see the tears in his eyes. He tipped his head up for them to drown, but there was no denying that my big bad alpha was crying. He missed Tamara more than me. He came inside, his eyes red. "We found Bram's body," he said in a hoarse voice. "It was rotting on the forest floor in a puddle." "And what about Tamara?" I asked, steeling myself for the worst. He shook his head. "She wasn't there." My legs gave way and I dropped on my knees. A sob ripped from my throat and I covered my face with my hands. "My beautiful baby," I cried. Lucien came by my side immediately and hugged me tightly. "She's fine, Auren. She is fine. As long as we don't find her body, I know she is fine." "Then where is she?" I shouted. "You failed." "I failed. Where is my baby? Get her." Lucien buried my face in his chest as I continued to sob. When I stopped, he said in a low voice, "I'm going to meet Maris." My eyes widened. "I'm coming with you. I want her dead if she is a part of it." He nodded. "Yes, Auren, I'll kill her myself." It was her father who went against me with his allies. "Do you think I'll spare them? I've killed all those alphas, including her father. Now it is Maris's time." We reached Crimson Howl Pack with a bunch of our army. Maris was in complete shock when we barged into her house. She was sitting with Josh in the main hall, and the moment we entered, she knew what was wrong. "Alpha Lucien," she rasped, her face turning white as she glanced at me. Next to her, Josh stood. "I swear this was all Bram's plan. We don't know where he is. Please don't kill us." Lucien gritted his teeth. His muscles bulged as he took her in, hatred rolling off him in waves. "Bram's body is rotting in the forest. I'll give you the location, but trust me, other than his bones you won't find anything, because the beasts have feasted on him." He stepped toward her menacingly. "Now tell me, where is my daughter?" "Your daughter?" she croaked, surprise flickering through her. "I don't know." Auren POV. Lucien's voice thundered in the room. "What do you mean?" he shouted. "Bram kidnapped my daughter, and you are acting innocent?" Maris's shock was so huge that she not only started to tremble, her face was white as that of a ghost. She opened her mouth and closed it, like a fish out of water. With her face pale and her usually sharp expressions dulled by her fear, she darted her glance between Lucien and me. The transformation from the confident, calculating woman I had once known to this trembling, pleading figure was impossible to believe. The amount of pain she had caused, all the destruction and mayhem, it was beyond redemption. Her voice cracking, she begged, "Alpha Lucien, I don't know. Bram never told me anything about your daughter. I have no idea what you are talking about." In a flash of a moment, Lucien was in front of her. He grabbed her throat tightly, lifted her in the air, and tossed her to the opposite wall like she weighed nothing. Josh gasped and rushed to her as she screamed, her ass landing on the floor. "Have mercy," she cried as Josh helped her sit up. "I swear I don't know about your daughter. Bram didn't mention a word about her." She looked at Josh, and he too shook his head. "Please don't destroy me or my pack. I've finally had a chance to live peacefully. I know I've made mistakes, but I never meant for it to go this far." She got up with Josh's help, but she remained in her place, scared of coming near Lucien. Lucien didn't budge, his gaze cold, hard, and anger rolling off of him in waves. "Tell us about Bram," I demanded. "Tell us everything you know." I was seriously getting impatient. She looked at me, her eyes filled with genuine fear. Then suddenly she dropped on her knees. It felt like she was desperate. "I know you're angry, Alpha Lucien Luna Auren, but trust me, it wasn't me. It was Bram who orchestrated the attack. He was the one who made all the moves, caused all the chaos. He manipulated everything. He used me. I did whatever he asked me to do." "What did he ask you to do?" Lucien shouted again, his fists rolling on his sides. Maris flinched and grabbed Josh's upper arm tightly. I narrowed my eyes at the point of contact. It seemed possessive. What was going on? Maris gulped. Then she started. "Alpha Lucien?" After Auren rejected Bram, his wolf disappeared. Bram was living a miserable life. I offered him to marry me because I also needed a stable life. She darted a nervous look at me. However, after marriage, he was hesitant to mark me. And she pursed her lips as her cheeks turned red. "What happened?" Lucien growled. "If you don't tell me everything, Maris," he said in a chilling voice, I will wipe out your every fucking pack member, rip this beta into pieces and burn you all to the ground. No, please, she spoke. She licked her lips and continued. He didn't want to mate with me, she blurted. My eyes widened. Because of her, Bram rejected me, and he didn't want to mate with her? After marriage also? What was going on? Maris's eyes came to me, and something like hatred flickered through them momentarily. I knew that he hated me. Often when I tried to go to him, he would compare me with Auren. Then over the last few months, he completely avoided me. Got deep into drinking. He didn't want to talk about the pack or the pack business. It was Josh and I who were always looking after it. I got fed up with Bram's negligence and in desperation turned to... Her gaze went to Josh. To Josh. It was my turn to gasp. Maris and Beta Josh? Maris lowered her face. Josh and I. She pursed her lips. Maris and I had relations, Josh filled in. Bram was being an asshole. We tried to drill sense into him, but he just spiraled down into insanity. We were both sure that he was going moon crazy. Guilt wrapped my soul. Was I responsible for Bram's miseries? Sensing my feelings, Lucien closed the gap between us and pulled me in his embrace. You are not guilty, okay? He rejected you, remember? For Maris. I nodded and took a rough breath. It was all in the past. I didn't want to think about it. So I turned to look at Maris and Josh. Then what happened, I asked. One day Bram caught us, Maris said, her cheeks reddening. He threatened me that if I didn't comply with his wishes, he would reveal to everyone that I was unfaithful. She clutched her dress nervously. You know how pack members are if they come to know of Luna's infidelity. They would have ripped me into pieces. Josh, too. Why should I believe you? Lucien growled. You've only manipulated everyone around you. You even manipulated Bram. She let out a whimper. Alpha Lucien, whatever I did for myself. I may not be justified in your eyes, but I am in my eyes. Bram compelled me to go to my father and ask him to go against you. Yes, I confess that. Bram asked me to manipulate my father and tell him that you used dark magic to break the curse. Bram threatened me that he would kill Josh and throw me in front of his pack members. I didn't have much of a choice. She caught Josh's hand. I am in love with him. He treats me like no one else has. Do you even know what you've done in the process? Lucien said menacingly, his fangs slipping out. His eyes were dark with anger, and he looked like he was barely able to control. I will fucking kill you! She was shaking now. Her grip on Josh's hand tightened. For a brief moment, she looked small. In a final, desperate attempt to save herself, she spoke in a trembling voice. Alpha Lucien, before you do any such thing, you should know that I was the one who saved you and Auren at the High Council. My breath lodged in my throat. What? I rasped. She nodded. I was the one who sent the video of Sable to the High Council. My mouth dropped to the floor as Lucien looked at her with disbelief blasting in his chest. I thought that if they knew, they would act and maybe stop Bram. You knew about Sable? Lucien asked. I couldn't believe how twisted, manipulative, and selfish Maris was. Sable was a good friend of hers, and she betrayed Sable. Not that I cared because it worked in my favor. Still, she nodded. Sable had come to Bram after she attacked Auren, she said, glancing at me sheepishly. She asked Bram to hide her for a few days, mentioning that she was going to get rid of Auren fast. Then he could have Auren. They had planned it pretty nicely. I narrowed my eyes. It felt like she was lying, and that she was a part of it. And what did Bram do? I asked. Auren POV. Well, he hid her in a remote location, Maris shrugged. But I had heard of the conversation. Josh knew where Bram had put her up. I asked him to help me, and he helped. He recorded Sable's video that night when she was revealing her plans to her companions. He sent me the video, and I sent it to you all. She bit her bottom lip. I did it to save my relationship. But you said that you are with Josh, I growled. Stop lying. I wasn't with Josh at that time. She protested. I was with Bram and wanted to save my relationship with him. He was hell-bent on getting you back. What do you expect from me? I had spent a good number of years with him, did everything he wanted, and yet what did he do? He went to the High Council and tried to claim you? Do you realize the kind of stress I was in? I could have lost everything. My position, my prestige, and my place in my family. I was fucking desperate. She let out a cry and Josh embraced her in his arms. Hush. I looked at Lucien with confusion, irritation, guilt, and a number of other emotions. He narrowed his gaze on her. Maris shook her head. He didn't listen to me, so I did what I had to. I got that video and sent it to all the council members and also to you all. Basically to everyone I could get hold of using an unknown number. At her words, I let out a rough exhale. She practically saved me from Bram, but in doing so, she actually saved her relationship with Bram. The revelation was like a punch in my guts. I didn't know whether to be happy or sad. It was you who sent that video? Yes, she nodded. I saved you from him that time. Stop saying like you are the victim here, Lucien snapped. You saved yourself as well. I did, she replied, shaking her head. But it did bring peace for a long time, until I realized that Bram was pushing toward insanity. He missed his wolf, and the only person he ever wanted was to be with Auren. She lowered her head to the floor. Honestly, I am happy that he is no more. There was an awkward silence in the room for a long time as each of us tried to process her words. So what now? I asked finally. Seriously, I didn't know where we were standing at this junction of life. The question is, where is my daughter? Lucien growled, snapping. Bram kidnapped her, so I am sure you know about it. I don't, she pleaded. All I know is that... She glanced at Josh again. After I returned home, I wanted to talk to Josh, but Bram had sent him to spy on your border, saying that he had gone for a very important mission. Lucien's eyes went wide in shock. Fuck, he cursed. I realized that Bram had used Josh to divert our attention. Yes, Maris said. I don't know why or how he kidnapped your pup, because he had gone for a war with you. I called Josh a few nights ago, asking him to return and challenge Bram as an alpha of the Crimson Howl Pack. Lucien stabbed his fingers in his hair as he sat on the sofa behind him. Our minds were flooded with 1,000 scenarios now as Bram's scheme unfolded. Maris added, Bram had gone to fight alongside other rebel alphas against you. Not once did he mention that he was going to kidnap your pup. I mean, do you understand what I'm trying to say? If I knew that Bram would return with your pup, why would I ask Josh to marry me? Lucien's jaw ticked with frustration. You are marrying him? Yes, she nodded. I swear, I have no hand in your daughter's abduction. I didn't know what Bram was planning. I know what he was planning, I said, plopping on the seat beside Lucien. Helplessness covered me. It was so strong that tears ran down my eyes. He schemed just to get my pup, just to avenge me. I covered my face with my hands as a sob wrenched out of my throat. He took away my baby. He was a twisted animal. Lucien wrapped his arms around my shoulders and pulled me close to him. Auren, he said as he placed his head over mine. Both of us sat there together for a long time, not knowing what to do. I felt hopeless and sad, like I was sitting in a paper boat in a stormy sea, which was tossed, torn, and was directionless. It was trying to fight with waves too big for its size. Lucien and I felt defeated. Alpha Lucien, Josh said in a low, cautious voice after some time. I will do everything in my capacity to find your pup. I promise that. Lucien whipped his head to look at him, his eyes flashing golden. If you think I am going to spare you, then you're wrong. Josh's face turned sheet white. Please, Alpha Lucien, he begged. We have no idea what Bram was up to, and with the treaty you can't. The treaty stands null and void, Lucien shouted. I will not have any relation to those who have proved to be my enemies. Josh swallowed. He looked at Maris, who was also scared as hell. Then he turned his face to Lucien and said, Okay, Alpha Lucien, the treaty is null, but please spare us. My pack people haven't done anything. They were guided by Bram's blind rage and revenge. I am taking over as their next alpha. Trust me, we won't even look at you for anything. We just want to leave everything in the past and move on. I don't know why, but I could feel genuineness in Beta Josh's words. He did want to make amendments in this pack. I felt like they should be given a chance. Taking a deep breath in, I said, Let's go, Lucien. But Auren, Lucien protested. I shook my head. They really don't know anything about Tamara. No, he said. I want to look in all of Bram's private files. Though Josh appeared shocked, he nodded. Of course, I'll show all of them to you. For the rest of the day, Lucien read every paper and file in Bram's office and library. There were many papers, but none was relevant to Tamara's kidnapping. It seemed like he had planned extremely carefully. There were files about the best herbs to mask your smell. and that made some sense as to how he could go undetected. He masked his and Tamara's smell using those herbs. And since it had been raining continuously over the last 1 week, all the smells were washed out. That was the reason why we couldn't trace Tamara despite sending the best of our trackers. Every trail went cold. In the evening, when nothing else could be found, we left the pack, but not after warning them of severe consequences if we found out what they said was a lie. "Where are you, Tamara?" I murmured, clutching her wood toy to my chest. Sadness coated my soul. Matt POV. A few months later, Mom and Dad had sent messengers to every pack to find about Tam Oluk, but there was no one who could identify. They finally gave up and decided to raise her until they found who she belonged to. And we had no idea why she wasn't smelling like a werewolf, a bear, or a human. She smelled like warm caramel and chocolate. Cinnamon cake. The shaman of our pack determined her age to be around 7 months. So my mother decided to celebrate her birthday 5 months later after she had found her. Mom's fascination for Tam was beyond my understanding. Today we were celebrating her first birthday. No me, my parents, while I was detesting every minute of it. Tam had grown up and now she could crawl and walk, but not without falling. That afternoon, I was playing with Xbox when she came half crawling, half running toward me. I gritted my teeth as I avoided her. Her small hands reached for mine. Matt, toy, please." I looked at her, irritation bubbling up. I was always frustrated these days, and the last thing I wanted was to deal with her. How could Mom care for her so nicely when she knew that Tam was responsible for her brother's death? She adored her. Dad was neutral. He didn't hate her, but he liked what Mom liked. So there you are. "Tam, go play with your toys," I muttered and pushed her away. She fell on her bumps and looked at me with those impossibly big, gray, innocent eyes. "I want it, Matt," she said, her eyes filling with tears. She crawled to me and grabbed my hand. "Play, Matt," she babbled. She couldn't even speak my name properly. Her T sounded like T in the name Tatiana. I bit my lip, removed her fingers from my hand. "Not now," I snapped. "Go play somewhere else." Her face fell and her eyes filled with tears. I don't know why, but every time she cried, my heart twisted. But she wasn't my responsibility. So I averted my gaze and started playing with the Xbox. She turned and slowly crawled her way back to her room. Velis. Reluctantly, I got up, went to my drawer, pulled out some conches and shells I had collected at the local riverbed and gave them to her. I had intended to make a necklace out of those, Velis knows why. "Here, you can play with these," I snapped, depositing all of them in front of her in her room. Her eyes lit up, and suddenly my day looked up as well. Ignoring the stupid feeling, I went back to my Xbox, leaving behind a giggling Tam. That evening, Mom and Dad celebrated her first birthday in a low-key way. After Magnus' uncle's death, Father had to travel a lot between our 2 packs, Everflame and the Coldmane packs. He had to leave just after the celebrations. After my father left, me and a few of my friends played soccer with me outside in our garden. Our house was located near the edge of the woods because often my father would shift into his bear and run there along with Mom. Tam had come out to watch us. She was sitting on the porch in her pink frock, her curly golden hair a mess around her face, her cheeks splattered with cake and cookies, looking impossibly adorable. I tried my best to not see her. A friend kicked the ball directly in my chest. I muttered as I tackled the ball, and before I knew I was too focused on defeating all of them with vengeance. Suddenly, we heard a low growl. I snapped my head only to see that a rogue bear was creeping closer to Tan, who had somehow managed to walk up to the edge. My heart stopped as I paled. Without thinking, I rushed toward Tam, shouting at her, "Stay back!" I yelled at her as I rushed to her. "Matt!" my friends shouted. "Come back!" Did they even understand the danger? The bear could easily maul Tam. As I approached her, Tam looked up at me with confusion. "Matt? Bear?" I stood between her and the rogue, my hands clenched into fists as I glared at the bear. It dipped its head and let out a growl. My body became tense with anger. Just as I was about to attack him, my mother and a few other warriors arrived. They charged at the rogue and drove him away as I picked up Tam and ran inside the house. I put her in her cradle and shouted, "Who the hell asked you to come out?" I resented my actions. If I didn't want her, I could have let her there. But I wasn't able to fight this intense urge to protect her. I guess this urge was there in me for everyone. I would have done the same with any other of my pack members. Tam started crying, but I strode out of her room, frustration mounting inside me. "The sooner you go, the better," I muttered and slammed the door shut. One day, when I had just come home from school, the house was unusually filled with Tam's giggles and laughter. It was as if she wanted to drown my house with her giggles. Before I knew it, my feet carried me to her room, and I saw something strange. She was holding up to a shadow. I stared at her fist, which she was moving. A shadow was moving with it. It was like she had caught a tail of a shadow and whipped it around. It wasn't anything solid, just the outline of something that seemed to pulse. "What do you have?" I growled. She looked at me, blinked, and when she looked again, it disintegrated, like it was gone. I swallowed, sure that it was my imagination. Tam followed me all the time, so when the next Sunday, she was playing with the dirt with her nanny, near our training ground where I was sparring with my friends, irritation bubbled inside me. "Jeannie," I shouted, "please take her back home." One of my friends, Jace, laughed as Tam painted her face with mud and looked at me with her gray eyes wide. "What's with the baby? Always tagging. She's so weird. I bet she is a witch." "Shut up, Jace," I snapped before I knew it, my tone sharper than I intended. "She's just a pup, and she's not bothering anyone." Jace raised an eyebrow. "She seems to be bothering you all the time. She's just—" I stepped in front of him, interrupting him. I said, "Be quiet. You don't get to talk about her," I growled. Although my Jace and my other friends went silent, I could feel their surprise, and my anger rolling off in waves. I stomped out of the arena and walked straight to Mom with Jeannie following me with Tam. "Why do you have to send her around me?" I shouted at her. Mom jerked her head back in surprise. "I didn't." Jeannie intervened with a shaky voice. "Sorry, Matt. Tam wanted to go to you, so I got her. You will not get her around me, okay?" I shouted at Jeannie. "Keep her away," Matt POV. 2 years later. We had celebrated Tam's second birthday a few weeks back. Mom had grown to love her so much that she would keep buying cute clothes and toys for her. Many of our pack members also started loving her. She was an adorable pup, but I couldn't pluck out the images of how my uncle was killed because of her. I wish I knew who that man was who killed him, because I wanted to wipe out his family. "Matt! Matt!" Tam squealed, snapping me out of my thoughts. "Go away," I muttered when she tugged at my sleeve. It irritated me how she clung to me. "Go play with Jeannie," I said, pulling my sleeve away from her, and walked out. She pouted her lips and followed me. "I love you, Matt," she said. "Matt, pue!" "Oh, Velas," I growled at her. "You are pretty annoying." She blinked her eyes at me and then rushed inside to my mom. "Sella, Matt say, I pretty." Mom's lips curled up. "Really?" She picked her up in her arms. "What? I never said that," I hissed. "I said she is pretty annoying." Tam giggled. "But Matt say I pretty." While Mom barked a laugh, I gritted my teeth and walked out. As soon as I was on the porch, Dad's beta, Curtis, came. "Some bears are here from a faraway pack," he said. "Where's Alpha Teddy?" My instincts immediately went on high alert. An hour later, my father invited them all to his library. Their Alpha Kale was an imposing bear, only a few years older than me. He was in the house along with 3 other bears. Dad called Mom and me and asked Mom to get Tam also. I didn't like it that she took Tam, but who could go against Dad's orders? Though Mom seemed calm, I could sense tension in her stance. Even Daddy was tense. As soon as Kale saw Tam, his eyes glinted. "Alpha Teddy," he began. "It's come to our attention that you're looking for Tam Aulook's family." He looked at Tam and his eyes gleamed again. I wanted to punch his face. I've heard shifters talking about her beauty. My pack believe she is destined to join us. She is a key to a prophecy in my pack. What bullshit. I immediately tensed up, my teeth gritting. "Key to a prophecy," I hissed. "What nonsense." Kale ignored my words. He turned away from us to look at my father and gave him a smile. "You mean to say that you want to take her away?" my father said. Kale nodded. "She belongs to us. She's the future of our pack, and it is our right to raise her in our care. She is our destiny." I felt myself at the edge. This was ridiculous. "She's just a child," I spat. "Matt, step back," my father ordered. My father said in a very firm, calm, and controlled voice, "Alpha Kale, if you think you can just walk here and take her, you've got another thing coming. You can't throw a prophecy on our face and tell us that she belongs to your pack. There's no proof of any prophecy. If there's any, show us." Kale was on the back foot immediately. Prophecies were sacred to us, but they didn't come by just like that. I had no idea what was in Kale's mind, but this was ludicrous. "Our shaman said so," he replied. My father narrowed his eyes on her. "We will not be swayed by your threats or by your fictitious prophecies, Alpha Kale. You may leave, and don't bother doing this again. Else, I will take it as an act of war. Velis." Kale clenched his fists, but he knew it better not to mess with my father. "I'll bring the proof that the pup belongs to us." With that, he bowed and left. But the whole incident left me shaken. Why was it that he wanted to take away Tam? It felt strange. Several other bear shifters came forward to claim Tam. It was becoming absolutely outrageous. Once a few rogues came over, camped at the pack's border, and claimed that Tam belonged to them. Not only that, there were some wolf shifters as well who wanted her. Over the years, Tam's beauty became the talk of the community. At an early age, she caught the attention of so many shifters that it was getting on my nerves. Even though Dad threatened them all to back off, the situation escalated when they just kept coming. At 15, I felt like my bear wanted to come out. He wanted to show his strength and was pushing forward. I had no reason why, but whenever people came to claim her, he pushed forward, wanting to protect her. The growl that rumbled in my chest was deep and menacing. Mom put her in the kindergarten of our pack when she was 5. It was attached to our high school. I didn't know if it was a relief that I couldn't see Tam at that time. I guess it was a relief because I spent a lot of time with my friends now. Out of sight, out of mind. I made girlfriends. They swooned over me. Honestly, I loved the attention. I used to find Tam watching me with them, her innocent eyes taking it all in. Not that I cared. 3 years later, it was my birthday, and I was excited because at midnight, I was supposed to have my first shift. Though my bear wanted to come forward all the time ever since I turned 15, he decided to show himself today. Mom and Dad were very happy. There was a lot of buzz in the house and the pack. Everyone wanted to witness my shift. Heck, I wanted my bear to come out. Tam hadn't returned home from school. She was a brilliant girl. Over so many years, when people tried to claim her falsely, my dad had become too protective of her. He had stopped anyone from advancing to claim her. I kept my distance from Tam as always, but only looked for her when she was in danger. I barely talked to her, keeping close to my friends. But at school, no one dared to bully her, even my girlfriend, Tulip. At night, I stood in the clearing with many of our pack members. I looked at all of them and realized that Tam hadn't come. "Where's Tam?" I asked Mom, trying to sound casual. "Oh, I can't risk her to come here in front of your bear," she replied. "Yours is an alpha bear. What if he tries to attack her? He can be feral, considering your history with her. You clearly dislike her." I swallowed. Why did my heart deflate? I clenched my teeth at the unreasonable emotion, and I focused on what was ahead, my shift. Hi all, you might have noticed that this is Arc 2. I'm rushing the story to get us to the main content. If you want to know more, you can join me on FB at Mashak Writes. Matt POV. The whole place was alive with excitement. The air was abuzz with the anticipation of my first shift since I was an alpha bear and was going to take up my father's position one day. My father had been hinting that he would soon give me Uncle Magnus's pack, the Everflame pack, to take care of. The entire pack's eyes were on me. Along with me were other young pups who were to shift on the same day. Seth, my friend who would also be my beta, and Jace, one of my close school friends. Tulip, my girlfriend, had shifted 2 months ago, but she stayed by side, swooning over me and saying how she couldn't wait to see my bear. She hoped that I would be her mate. Even I hoped for it, because then all my frustration would die. At least, I would be able to live peacefully. My parents stood by my side, their pride and joy radiating off of them. But me, I felt a weight pressing down on me, and I couldn't even put my finger on it. Just yesterday, my school results came out. I had topped the class with ease and was looking forward to going to college. My thoughts snapped when I heard excited whispers from the pack about how my bear would be. Everyone except me was excited. Why the fuck did I feel so disconnected? Velas, help me. Matt, Tulip called me as she locked her arm on mine. Why are you looking so irritated? I will shift with you, she cooed, and keep you company. Yeah, Seth added, patting my shoulder heavily with his huge paw. I'm excited as hell. I will be right there. I smiled and looked at Jace. He also looked nervous. When our gazes met, he nodded tightly. I rolled my shoulders, focusing past my tension. The power I had inside was waiting to be unleashed, and it was only going wilder by the minute. Suddenly, the air shifted, and I knew the shift was inevitable. The pain hit me first. It was sharp and excruciating. All my bones felt like they were being ripped apart, stretched and twisted, with no control. The power surged inside me, unstoppable, and I could feel the bear inside me trying to claw out. I thought I might lose control of myself. But then the pain eased, and an overwhelming sense of freedom washed over me. The world shifted, and my senses exploded. The air felt different. Every sound was amplified, and the earth below me felt like never before. When I was standing on my fours, I heard people gasping. What a beautiful golden brown bear! Veles, how majestic and grand! Look at his fur, it's like glowing in the sunlight. Mark me, please, a girl rasped, and others giggled. I turned to look at Tam, my parents. They had also shifted and were smaller than me. I think I stood at over 6 feet because my father was 6 feet. The pack fell silent, bowing to me in respect. A few meters away, Seth and Jace also shifted. Their bears were black and brown. They looked at me and inclined their necks in submission. Tulip also shifted into her black bear. Glad to finally meet you, Matt, a voice sounded in my mind. I jerked in surprise. My bear chuckled. I am Torben. I was breathless, feeling super excited for the first time in long. Hey, Torben, ready for the run? He asked as he pawed the earth behind him. Yes! My parents came to me. Their eyes were full of pride. My father nodded at me while my mom came and licked me. My bear let out a low grunt that sounded like a chuckle. My father's voice sounded in my head, and it was amazing. Go for a run, Matt. Other bears surrounded me, especially the she-bears, eager to make their presence known. They milled around me, eyes glinting with interest. Some even made subtle gestures of presenting themselves with submissive postures. Veles, it was suffocating. I should have felt happy, but why did it disgust me? Tulip was growling at all of them. Inside, Torben growled at all of them in frustration, a low rumble that vibrated through his chest. Unable to take it any longer, he broke free, darting into the forest. My parents followed me along with Tulip, Seth and Jace, and a few pack members. My bear reveled in freedom and power. As he ran, earth thundered beneath his paws. Wind rustled through his fur. With each step, the weight of frustration lifted, leaving only the raw joy of the run. I felt like I was finally free. I don't know when, but my parents and other pack members returned sometime. Seth and Tulip were with me. Jace stopped somewhere as well. Tulip kept up to me as Seth followed us. She would nudge me or try to play with me, but somehow Torben was refusing to open up to her. She's a good friend, I urged him. I don't care, he replied rudely. She may be my future mate, I argued, chastising him softly. I don't want her to be my mate, Torben replied roughly. After that, I became silent. My internal struggle was supposed to end with my shift. It only multiplied. Before I knew it, I was running faster than both Seth and Tulip. It was like Torben had taken complete control over me. I let him. It was my first shift, and my father had asked me to let my bear feel the entire pack because it was his territory. I don't know how or when, but a few hours later, just before dawn, shockingly I found myself standing in the backyard of my home. I hadn't meant to end up here, but somehow I had. Disoriented, I shook my head, trying to clear the fog settled over my mind. Torben came to a standstill, frozen at his spot, his eyes on a small figure sleeping on the couch covered in a blanket. Tamara. He let out a low growl, his interest at its peak. Let's go back, I said to him. Otherwise he would wake her up. I was scared that she would be afraid of him and run away. Please don't disturb her. Mom had said that he could be feral and attack her. Anxiety knotted in my mind. Torben, let us go. But Torben only took a step forward, sniffing the air. Suddenly, to my chagrin, Tamara woke up. She immediately jumped out of her couch and rubbed her eyes. When she opened them, they were wide and curious as she looked at Torben. In front of him, she looked so small, so innocent. Her hair was looking like spun sun rays around her face, even in the dark of the night. All 8 years old looked at me with sweet innocence, mesmerized, that made me both flustered and irritated. "Is that you, Matt?" she asked. She walked to my bear and reached out her hand to touch him. Without a warning, a growl rumbled deep in my throat. Torben took a step back. He didn't want her too close. I hoped that she would take the warning and run inside, but little Tamara smiled as she tilted her head up to look into Torben's eyes. Her face lit up. The moment I felt that warmth, my growl grew stronger. "You are gonna hurt her!" I growled inside, forcing Torben to leave. Suddenly he turned and ran, away from her, away from the pool. I had to get out of here because I hated this situation. Matt POV. Torben ran the entire night, his paws pounding against the earth in vengeance, and as I tried to outrun the chaos in my mind. Tam's face kept appearing in my mind, her innocent smile, the way she reached for Torben as if least afraid of my feral beast, the way her eyes seemed to take my creature in. But with those thoughts came the ones that were vividly painted in my mind. Of my uncle being shot dead in cold. Of his lips and body turning blue within a matter of a few seconds. Of how I couldn't do a thing to save him. And of how I had to promise him to save her, despite her being the reason for his death. No, I couldn't allow my emotions to take over my resentment for saving her. I just couldn't let that happen. Not now. Not ever. Even though Torben urged me to go back and check on her to see if she'd gone inside the house, I refused. "No, we go back. I have to find Tulip and Seth," I snapped. Torben had to understand that these feelings were just confusion, misplaced emotions which were fueled by grief of Uncle's death. It was easy to push them away. I returned home in the morning after Torben had spent all his energy. My bear was huge and had all the world's energy in him. I was restless, my muscles were sore, and my mind kept replaying last night's thoughts. My parents were waiting for me, sitting in the main room of my house. Their eyes were filled with concern. "Feeling okay, Matt?" Dad asked. "Yeah." I nodded tightly, my eyes darting to the window of the backyard. Mom came to me. "I'm sure you are ravenous by now," she said with a smile. "Why don't you take a bath and come back for breakfast?" I nodded. "Where's Tam?" I asked as I inhaled her smell. "Oh, she's gone to school," Mom replied, wiping her hands on a napkin. "Don't bother about her," she added with a smile. "Today there's a surprise for you and her." I blinked, wondering what she meant. When I looked at Dad, he also smiled mysteriously. Well, I didn't have the time to play mystery shitery with them, and so I rushed to my room and took a bath in a record 10 minutes. Why did I feel my frustration rise to this level? Tam always waited for me to take her to school. But who cared? Pfft, I huffed. She can go to hell for all I care. The anger was all I could feel, and it burned as I got ready to leave. When I came down, I saw that Mom had laid out a large breakfast and Dad was already at it. "So how was your first day of shift?" he asked, pride swelling in his eyes. "Your bear is bigger than mine." I chuckled. "It was good," I said, and told them about my first shifting experience, omitting the part where Torben came to see Tam. "Great, if you'd like to rest, skip school today," Mom suggested. "Nah," I said. Grabbing my bag, I went out of the house, moving faster than necessary, feeling all the more impatient. I was behind the wheels of my car in a flash and zipped to school. I parked the car and walked inside the building as fast as my feet could take me. My friends were already waiting for me near the entrance. Tulip smiled brightly as she rushed over. "Matt," she said excitedly. "Boy, your bear is so beautiful. He is amazing, just like you," she gushed, her voice full of adoration. She reached up to adjust my shirt collar, her fingers lingering a little too long. I chuckled. "Thanks, Tulip." A brief surge of pride came over me. She giggled and locked her arms with mine. "Where did you go last night?" she asked as Seth joined us. We were all worried. "I ran," I said in a clipped voice, not liking where the conversation was going. "There's an assembly in the main hall," Seth informed. "We all have to be there in 5 minutes." "Assembly?" I asked with a frown on my forehead. "About what?" He shrugged. "He will be announcing some important dates of exams." I didn't want to go there because I wanted to go and see the only girl I hated the most, but I controlled myself and went to the assembly. And there, standing across the room, was Tam. Her small figure was surrounded by her classmates who were chatting with her animatedly. She laughed and giggled with them, and the frustration increased in me. How could she be so happy when I was feeling so fucking annoyed? Her eyes darted to me, my stomach twisted. Then her gaze dropped to where Tulip's arm was in mine. Her gaze remained there for a long moment before she turned away. She continued to talk to her friends as if I didn't even exist. And I had no idea why this apathy from her unsettled me. I shook it off, focusing back on Tulip, the girl I was going to make my mate, my chosen mate. However, that small flicker of unease refused to leave me. The principal announced the upcoming dates of our exams. He said that if we do well, he would recommend us to go to the human colleges. That was a huge thing, and I really looked forward to it. And the main reason was that I wanted to stay away from Tam. The girl was becoming a constant source of irritation as she grew up. I wished that Mom and Dad found her real parents, but they had given up after a few years. Moreover, both of them loved her so much that it was nauseating. Sometimes they favored her over me, which was absolutely bizarre. Well, only 2 months. After that, I will go to college, and if Dad didn't allow it, I would go to the Everflame Pack to take over as their next alpha. In either case, I would be away from the little menace, the bane of my existence,